The Stone of Wishes. An urban fantasy adventure. Set in Berlin. By Adeline Pierce. Copyright 2025. Adeline Pierce. All rights reserved. Prologue. Volkspark Friedrichshain, Berlin. The oak had a scar. Leon Schneider had never noticed it before, though he'd run past this tree 100 times. Chasing a ball, a dare, a rumor about a secret tunnel under the hill. Today, late sunlight combed the grass into strips of gold, and the air smelled of rain that hadn't quite fallen. On the oak's lower trunk, hidden where the roots rose like knuckles from the soil, a dark seam split the bark, a line, thin and old, as if someone had pressed a blade into living wood, and the tree had learned to live around it. "Leon," Felix called, breathless. "You coming or what?" Leon should have turned. The others were gathering nets for a made-up game whose rules shifted whenever someone was losing. Mira was pretending not to care, fixing a hair tie on her wrist, her eyes doing that quiet scan of everything. The people, the backpacks, the sky the color of a bruise. The day felt ordinary, but the seam pulled at him. He brushed dirt aside and scattered, outraged. The seam wasn't bark at all, he realized. It was a gap, and inside it, just beyond the web of roots, something caught the light, not like a coin or a bottle cap, not the cheap glitter of a law sticker. This was deeper, blue, but not the flat blue of paint. It was the blue of a thought you weren't ready to say out loud. He reached in, cold, the kind of cold that wasn't temperature but memory. Winter breath, hospital tiles, a night he didn't want to remember. Leon jerked back, then steadied, angry at his own flinch. He tightened his fingers around the thing and tugged. It came free with a soft sound, like a bottle opening far away. In his palm lay a smooth stone, no bigger than a robin's egg. It seemed to glow even when the light shifted, a pulse so faint he wondered if he imagined it. When he moved, the blue deepened, and a ripple spread across its surface, as if the stone were made of something that wanted to be water. "Finally," Felix said, appearing at Leon's shoulder. "What is that? Did you just steal the sky?" Mira stepped closer. "It's reactive." She pointed. "It's brighter when you look at it, or when you think at it." Leon laughed, though a prickle ran up his arms. "Stones don't react to thoughts." "Some do." The voice came from behind them. They turned. A woman stood on the path, cane in hand. A scarf knotted under her chin despite the mild evening. Her eyes were impossibly pale, as if someone had washed the color out and left only light. Leon knew her as a park keeper, the silent woman who fed crows and picked up candy wrappers, as if each were a promise broken. "Careful with that," she said, tapping the ground with her cane. "Things that answer you often ask questions back." Felix grinned. "It's just a stone." "Stones," the woman said, "remember more than people." Wind moved through the oak. Leaves chattered. For a second, Leon thought he heard something else beneath the leaves, a thrum like distant tram wires. He slid the blue stone into his pocket. "Come on," he said, shaking off the feeling. "Game time." They ran to the field, the grass damp and dark at the edges. The sky leaned toward evening. Somewhere beyond the park, Berlin's bones hummed. The S-Bahn grinding, a cyclist laughing, a dog barking in 3 perfect beats as if it knew a song. Leon forgot the stone for almost 3 whole minutes, until he stumbled, swore, and wished, without thinking, the way you breathe, that he wouldn't miss the shot. The pass curved. The net opened like a mouth. The ball went in. Felix hooped. Mira raised one eyebrow. Leon felt the stone pulse in his pocket. Warm now, not imagined. He touched the place above his heart where the pocket lay and wondered, for first of many times, what a wish cost on a day when the sky pretended to be ordinary. Chapter 1. Rules Written in Dust. Leon told himself it had been luck. Berlin was a city built on luck and bricks and things people left behind. Walls that fell, walls that stayed inside people's heads. Graffiti that argued with history. Parks that used to be something else. Luck was a train you caught because the door stayed open 1 extra second. Luck was a teacher grading in a good mood. Luck was a ball defying geometry for no good reason. But luck didn't hum in your pocket. At breakfast the next morning, his mother, eyes tired, hair up in a clip that always seemed a breath from breaking, poured coffee and said, "You're smiling." Leon shrugged. "Tournament." And she tapped her phone, scrolling. "I have a double shift at the pharmacy. You'll be okay?" "I'm 14, he said, which meant yes, and also no, and also please don't worry. When she kissed his hair, he pretended not to care and cared a lot. On the tram to school, he pulled the stone from his pocket and let it rest in his palm where the morning light could find it. The blue pool, deep as a lake you dream about. He thought, because it was ridiculous not to. If you can hear me, blink. The stone did not blink. It did, however, brighten when a thought pressed against it hard enough to have an edge. Show and tell. Mira slid into the seat across from him, dropping her backpack with a thud. She wore a black hoodie with a constellation map on it and had a pencil stuck behind her ear like a tiny sword. "Felix says you're a wizard now." "Felix says gravity is optional," Leon said. "Isn't it?" Felix materialized, hanging from the overhead bar, then flopping into the seat beside Leon. "Let me see the lucky charm." Leon hesitated. Myra's gaze was not unkind, just exact. "If we're going to do science on it, we need rules." "Science." Felix groaned. It sparkled at him and he scored. "Rule 1, it likes Leon." "Or," Mira said, "it's reactive to intention. Did you want to score more than anything?" "Yes," Leon admitted. The tram rattled past murals. A bakery smell sneaking in its stops. "I didn't say it out loud. I just wished, I guess." Mira nodded slowly. Words might not matter as much as focus. Felix was already fishing in his pocket. He produced a paperclip, a coin, a crumpled note, and, victoriously, a gummy bear. "Experiment number 1, he declared. "I wish this gummy would taste like mango." "Don't," Leon started. Too late. Felix popped it into his mouth, chewed, and made a face. "Still lemon. Disappointing. Your rock is picky." "Maybe," Mira said. "It doesn't do small." They reached school. Courtyard echoing with the sound of feet, the usual mosaic of languages braiding the air. In math, Leon caught himself touching the pocket every time a problem went sideways. He stopped, stern with himself. No, not for this. He refused to be the kind of person who cheated at life with a shortcut only he could see. At lunch, the three of them claimed their usual spot near the bike racks. Mira pulled out a notebook and drew 2 columns. Observed and hypothesized. "Observed," she said, writing as she spoke. 1. The stone glows variably. 2. It warmed after a wish that coincided with a successful event. 3. It appears to respond to focus. "Hypothesized," Leon said, half teasing, half serious. "It grants wishes." Felix grinned. "Hypothesize, it's an alien egg." Mira didn't smile. "Or it's a sink. It takes in something when it gives out something else." "A price," Leon said, thinking of the park keeper's voice. "Things that answer you often ask questions back." "Exactly." Felix leaned back on his palms, face turned to the pale autumn sun. "Okay, then let's pay the tiniest price possible for a test." Leon wished for, I don't know, wished that the bell rings 10 minutes early. That would affect the whole school, Mira said. Too many variables. "Wish I find €1 on the ground?" Felix countered. 1 person, 1 coin, no city-wide consequences. Leon looked at the stone. He didn't want to use it. He wanted to want not to use it. Those were not the same. "Fine," he said quietly. €1. For Felix. No twists. He focused until the world in his peripheral vision blurred. He pictured coin by Felix's shoe. No one else missing it. No one hurt. No chain of events like falling dominoes. The stone cooled under his palm, then steadied, then just once thrummed like the string of a cello plucked in another room. A teacher walked past, nodding. A bike bell rang. Felix frowned. "Nothing." "Maybe it takes time," Mira said. "Or maybe—" "Wait!" Felix bent, reached between the racks, and came up with a coin. €2. He held it up, triumphant. "Ha! Respect the wizard." Leon's stomach did a small, mean flip. It worked. It shouldn't have worked. Check the year, he said, before he could stop himself. Felix squinted. Minted last year. Mira looked around. Who dropped it? No one claimed it. No one came back searching. The courtyard went on being a courtyard in a city that pretended everything was explainable if you had enough lines on a spreadsheet. Leon made himself breathe. Rule 0, he said at last, his voice low. We only use it if we all agree, and we try never to use it. Felix tossed a coin, caught it. Agreed, he said, and for once did not argue. Mira tapped her pencil. Corollary. We write down every use. And what happens after? They didn't see the man across the street watching them, his hat pulled low, his glasses reflecting 3 small circles of light, where eyes should be. They didn't see him at all. Not really, not then. That afternoon, clouds muscled in, the city shading itself into a thoughtful gray. On the way home, Leon cut through Alexanderplatz. He didn't need to. He wanted the big sky there, the way the Fernsehturm pinned the air like a needle through blue cloth. Crowds churned and thinned. Buskers tried, failed, tried again. He paused by the Welt Cider, the world time clock, a monument that told you who you were by telling you where you weren't. Numbers rolled. Hands clicked. City spun around the ring like thoughts around a problem. It happened so fast he might have missed it if he hadn't been looking for nothing in particular. The Kia panel flickered, then showed a city that didn't exist, letters slanting in an alphabet with too many hooks. The click of the mechanism stuttered, then caught. Leon's hand closed around the stone in his pocket. Not me, he whispered, to the clock, to the sky, to himself. I didn't wish for that. But the stone pulsed once, as if to say, you wish for more than you know. And across the square, a man with 3 small lights, where eyes should be lifted his face to the tower, and smiled. Chapter 2. Park Keeper. Leon didn't sleep well. Every time he drifted close, the stone tugged him back, an awareness in his pocket, like a light on behind a door. He kept it in an old pencil tin on his desk, slid under a stack of notebooks, as if paper could muffle whatever it was. At 4 a.m, he woke to the faintest hum, the sort that might be a refrigerator, might be a tram going past 3 streets away, might be a thought growing teeth. He got up, drank water straight from the tap, stood at the window. Berlin wore its dawn slowly, a bruise fading, a secret deciding not to be won. By the time he dressed and ate and pushed his bike down the stairs past the neighbor's potted basil, the hum had settled into silence. He told himself it had been the building. He told himself a lot of things. He texted the group chat. Leon, park before school? Mira, 20 minutes. Felix, if there's coffee. Mira, coffee is a state of mind. Felix, my mind prefers actual coffee. They met at the edge of Volkspark Friedrichshain, near the statue with the stone fairy that always looked like it was about to smirk. The grass brushed their ankles. Pigeons moved like old men considering arguments. The oak waited where it always waited. The scar in its trunk not a scar. The soil still bruised where Leon had dug yesterday. Okay, Mira said without hello. We document. No improvisation. Felix yawned. What if the improvisation is genius? Then it can wait until after the documentation, she said, and produced a pack of sticky notes and a pen with a clip shaped like Saturn. She handed Leon a note. We log the parameters. Who wishes, what they wish, what we observe. Minimal interference with the world at large. We don't change anything that involves other people unless we have to. And we stop at the stone or anything around us behaves aggressively. Stones can be aggressive? Felix asked. Have you met gravity? Mira said. Leon crouched near the roots, palms skimming the dirt. He half expected the ground to be warm, to smell like thunder. It was just a park. Joggers passed, mouths open in disciplined misery. A dog trotted by with the seriousness only certain small dogs possess, its jacket stitched with a lightning bolt. Leon had the stone in his pocket, but did not take it out. Part of him felt like a thief. Part of him felt like a lighthouse keeper who discovered the light could look back. What happened at Alexanderplatz wasn't us, he said, though he didn't completely believe it. Mira tilted her head. Correlation isn't causation. But if the stone is, say, a transmitter or a node of a network, an alien Wi-Fi, Felix said, delighted. Then it could be interacting with city systems that rely on timing, like the world time clock. Felix glanced around, suddenly uneasy in a way Leon hadn't seen often. Can we not say interacting like we're cool with it? If clocks start showing not real places, I vote we consider turning the thing off. It may not have an off, Mira said. The more precise term would be, I don't know, attenuation, limiting input, or output. She glanced at the oak. We should talk to the park keeper. As if conjured by the words, Frau Edeltraud appeared at the curve of the path, coat buttoned, scarf tidy, cane tapping a metronome into mourning. Crows followed her like thoughts that had chosen feathers. She watched them with those pale eyes as she approached, not suspicious. Exactly. Accustomed, Leon thought, as if children with impossible problems were a category of weather. Guten Morgen, she said. Morning. Leon and Mira said together. Felix added, Hi, in the voice he used for substitute teachers and angry neighbors. Frau Edeltraud's gaze moved to the root-knuckled dirt. You came back. Leon nodded. We wanted to ask you something. She waited, and the waiting itself became a kind of question. The stone, he said finally. What is it? You already know it is not a toy, she said. That's not an answer, Felix muttered. Mira shot him a warning look. Frau Edeltraud considered the oak, the path, the crows, the empty bench where a newspaper sometimes waited for a man who never seemed to read it. They're things older than trees, she said at last, older than bricks. We tell ourselves stories about them because stories are handles. You can carry a story. You can't carry the thing itself. Leon's fingers curled in his pocket around the smooth blue. But you know something? I know that wishes are not currency, she said. They are tools. Tools can mend and break. What about the price? Mira asked. You said everything that answers asks something back. Frau Edeltraud's cane ticked against a root like punctuation. The city is full of wishes. They stick to statues. They line the bottoms of fountains. They hide in pockets. They get trapped under mattresses. Coins for teeth. Coins for hope. They don't disappear when you don't get them. They wait. And sometimes, if enough gather, they grow teeth. She looked at Leon. Some stones are not stones. They are knots in a rope between what is asked and what can be. Leon swallowed. Can it be put back? The question had been worrying at him since the moment he freed the stone from the oak. Like, return to where it belongs? The tree is a door, Frau Edeltraud said. And a door is not always a door on both sides. Sometimes you must walk around the house. Felix made a face. Okay, that's not even a riddle. That's just furniture. Mira leaned forward, not offended by the vagueness. If we don't use it, will the city calm down? Frau Edeltraud's eyes softened, as if there were a world of gentleness behind them that she rarely showed. Calm is not the same as safe, she said. Something has noticed that not being pulled. It will come looking. If you pretend you are not holding the rope, you will only be dragged when it is yanked. A breeze moved the leaves. The crows shifted, a black punctuation mark in the green sentence of the tree. Leon felt the weight of the stone and of her words. So, what do we do? She lifted her cane and drew a shape in the dust, a line, then another crossing it, then a circle around both. A simple sigil, too simple to be from a movie. You make rules, she said, and you keep them. 3 rules are an old magic. 3 is a chair with 3 legs. It stands even where the ground is uneven. Myra's pen was already out. Rule 1, we do not wish for harm, not even to stop harm. Good, Frau Edeltraud said, because you are sloppy with fear. Felix blinked. Rude, but fair. Rule 2, Mira continued, undeterred. We do not wish for what belongs to someone else. No stealing. No making people do things against their will. Leon nodded. Rule 3, if we use it, we write down exactly what we said, what we meant, and what happened. Rule 3, Frau Edeltraud echoed, as if the number itself liked being spoken. And an unofficial rule, do not speak the biggest wish you have. It will run toward your mouth. Do not let it. Felix looked at Leon then, quick and sharp, and away. Leon pretended not to notice. The biggest wish he had wasn't even the biggest. It was the oldest. To fix the shape of a night that sometimes woke him up like a hand on his throat. He knew better than to give that shape words. "Will you help us?" Leon asked, surprised at himself for saying us, as if they had always been a group of four. "I will clean the paths," she said. "I will feed the crows. I will see what the trees remember. And I will be where I am when the door is needed." She looked at him, and it felt less like a look than like being weighed, and found exactly himself. "But you will walk." She turned and tapped away, the crows following like a cape. Felix let out a breath. I liked it better when she was just a lady who lectured me for leaving bottle caps. Mira knelt to sketch the sigil she'd drawn. Line, circle," she murmured. "I wonder if it's coordinates. Or a lock." Leon took the stone out then, because not taking it out felt like pretending not to have a heartbeat. In daylight, the blue seemed calmer, a lake in early morning. He held it above the sigil. For a second, nothing happened. Then the stone cooled, and a faint band of light traced the circle she'd drawn. Not bright, not showy, just there. Mira inhaled. "Responsive to pattern," she whispered. "It recognizes a shape, or likes closed systems." Felix shifted from foot to foot. "Okay, great, it likes geometry. Can we go to school now before geometry likes us back?" They did go, but the day never quite shook the feeling of being a page you'd accidentally turned past something important on. In history, the classroom clock ticked with an odd syncopation that made Leon think of the world time clock stutter. In German, a sentence on the board rearranged itself in his head until it said something kinder than it had. At lunch, Mira showed them a grid she'd drawn, dates and times, and tiny notes about the weather, their moods, what they'd wished, and what had happened afterward. "It's data," she said, almost tender. "If we can't be in control, we can at least understand the edges of the box." Felix poked the paper. "We're in a box?" "All systems are boxes," she said. "The trick is knowing which walls are load-bearing." Leon tried not to think of the man by the clock, his glasses with 3 points of light. He failed. After school, his mother's double shift stretched ahead like a road. He didn't want to go home to the pencil tin and the hum by himself. He texted "Park" and didn't wait for answers. The light had that late afternoon slant that made everything look like a memory of itself. Children wobbled by on 2 small bikes. A dog chased a bottle cap as if it were a life's work. Leon headed for the oak and, before he saw her, heard Frau Edeltraud's cane marking the path. "You came back alone," she said. "I did want to," Leon admitted. "But you did." She sat on the bench, as neat as if she'd been folded there from a paper crease. There are things that prefer one witness. He didn't ask what. He didn't ask why it had to be him. He sat, too, and for a while they listened to the park be a park. "Did you ever wish for something?" he asked, surprising himself again. Frau Edeltraud smiled without showing teeth. "As a girl, I wish that winter would not end," she said. "The first thaw felt like betrayal. The city smelled wrong. I thought it meant that what I loved could not stay. Later I learned that what I loved was the feeling of stillness. Someone told me to find stillness in myself instead of in weather." She tapped her cane. "I am still working on it." Leon wanted to ask how long later had been for her. He wanted to ask if she had ever seen a man with 3 eyes. He held the stone in both hands instead and said softly, "We should practice." Small, controlled. In case we need to use it for real." She nodded once. 3 rules. 3 rules, he said. "What's a wish you can test without making a dent?" she asked. Leon thought of Felix and the coin. He thought of Mira and her notebooks. He thought of his mother's tired eyes, his own mouth opening around the biggest wish, and then closing again. "A small one," he said. "A personal one. Something that doesn't borrow from anyone else." "Name it," she said. He tried to pick something that didn't matter, and failed. Even small things mattered once the wanting touched them. He chose something that had no story attached, no hooks. "I wish to see a blue feather," he said. It felt silly. It felt safe. The stone warmed as if pleased by the limitation. He waited. The park offered him autumn leaves, brown and yellow, and a dozen kinds of green with secrets in them. Pigeons strutted a palette of city gray. A child passed with a paper crown. No blue feather. Maybe it doesn't do trivial, he said, both relieved and disappointed. Or maybe, Frau Edeltraud said, you have to look where you don't usually look. Leon glanced down, then up, then toward the edges of things. The trash bin, the underside of the bench, the seam of bark on the oak where the scar was not a scar. He almost gave up when a crow, one of hers, he was sure, landed on the back of the bench with the arrogant grace of the comfortable. It cocked its head, opened its beak, and let fall a single blue bead, cheap glass, the sort you thread on a child's string. Not a feather, but when sunlight hit it, the bead flared a feather's length of color. Blue enough, beautiful because it tried. Leon laughed, the sound surprising his chest. Close, he said. Exactness is a luxury of people who aren't in trouble, she said. You are training your mind to wish like a surgeon, not like a storm. Keep training. The bead rolled to a stop by his shoe. He pocketed it without thinking why. Mira and Felix arrived in a rush. Mira flushed from running. Felix carrying 2 paper cups of something that steamed like a promise. We brought coffee, Felix said, triumphant. I negotiated with the universe. You paid €3, Mira said. I negotiated with capitalism, he corrected. They gathered around the roots again. Leon told him about the bead, the almost feather. Mira wrote interpretive outcomes in her notebook and underlined it. Felix tied the bead to a shoelace. For luck, he said, and then, because the day wanted a pattern completed, the air shifted. It wasn't wind. It was absence, as if some sound they'd grown used had stopped. An invisible fan switching off. The crows went silent. The leaves hesitated. Every one of them listening. Leon looked up and saw the man from Alexanderplatz standing across the path. At this distance, the glasses didn't look like glasses. They looked like a device that sat on his face and decided what his eyes were, where lenses should have caught sky and trees and Leon's own small figure. There were 3 points of light, triangular, faintly rotating, as if each were a pupil searching in its own direction. His hat was the kind that hoped to be ignored. His coat did not collect leaves, though leaves try to land on things. His shoes were dry in ways what shoes sometimes are, wrong dry, careful dry. Good afternoon, he said, and his voice had the accent of someone who could have borrowed any accent and chose none. Leon Schneider. Mira moved a fraction, placing herself a little in front of Leon. Felix's paper cups shook, then steadied. Frau Edeltraud's cane tapped once hard. We're busy, she said, as if he were a salesman. Come back when you're less rude. The man smiled. It did not find his face. I am rarely less anything, he said. I came to make an exchange. We don't want anything, Leon said, though the part of him that always wanted everything, the right grade, the right look from the right person, the right second chance, leaned forward like a plant toward light. Everyone wants, the man replied. The 3 lights on his device turned briefly in unison toward Leon's pocket. You are carrying a debt. No, Leon said, heat rising to his face. I'm carrying a stone. Words. The man said approvingly, as if Leon had offered him a biscuit he'd been hoping for. I admire words. I find them so edible. He lifted a hand, palm open, polite. The object, please. Frau Edeltraud's cane struck the ground again. A circle of crows landed in the grass around them as if taking seats. You may address me, she said. As the keeper. The man turned slightly, considering her the way a cat considers a mirror. You are listed, he said, in the older registers. And you are unlisted, she said, which is not a virtue. Not a vice either, he said mildly. I collect what is loose. That is all. You 3, he nodded at the children as if they were chairs he was naming, have loosened something. I am here to tighten it. Myra's pencil hovered above the paper. By taking it? By subtracting it from you, he said, which was not exactly no. There are places where it is safer to carry such weight. Your pockets are noisy. Felix set the coffees very carefully on the bench. We're not giving you anything, he said, surprising Leon with how firm his voice was. Especially not things we found under our tree. Your tree, the man echoed, amused. How quickly the species claims. Leave, Frau Edeltraud said. I will, he said, after the exchange. There is no exchange, she said. The man tilted his head. Not yet, he agreed. But wishes make exchanges inevitable. I will return tomorrow. Perhaps your rules will have clarified. Perhaps your fear will have softened into reason. Until then, he tapped the side of his device. The 3 lights brightened, then dimmed in a rhythm Leon felt in the bone above his heart. Do not feed it, he said softly to Leon, and the softness was more frightening than any threat. It bites the hand. He turned and walked away. Leaves managed to land on his coat. Then, ordinary leaves making ordinary decisions. The air filled back in. Sound returned to the edges of things. A child cried because a balloon had decided clouds were better company. A dog barked as if it had invented barking. Felix retrieved the coffees and handed one to Mira with hands that shook again now that shaking was safe. Tomorrow, he said. We don't even know what he is. Hungry, Frau Edeltraud said. The word for him is hungry. Leon could not stop touching the stone. The way you touch a bruise confirm it still says what it said. Rule 0, he said, voice scraped. We don't use it. Mira nodded, already writing. Rule 0, she repeated, underlining it, then drawing the sigil beneath. Line, circle. We prepare. We map. We watch. And we don't feed it. Felix tied the blue bead tighter. And if he comes back? Frau Edeltraud looked at the oak, at the sky beyond it where the tower punctured the afternoon. Then, she said, we learn how to wish for something other than winning. Chapter 3. The Echo at Alexanderplatz. The next day started with a promise Leon made to himself and broke before second period. Rule 0, we don't use it. He'd meant it when he said it. He meant it now. But meaning something and living it were, he was learning, not synonyms. He hadn't slept much. Every time he drifted off, a thought jolted him upright. The man's 3 cold lights, the way the air had gone thin around him. Do not feed it. Leon had tucked the stone into the pencil tin again and angled the tin so the lid cast a shadow. He considered leaving it at home. He hadn't. The weight of it in his pocket felt less like a temptation and more like the kind of responsibility that made your back ache if you pretended not to feel it. At school, the day moved like a machine with a loose part. Their homeroom teacher mislaid her keys and then found them in her hand. The hallway clock lost a minute, then coughed it back. In science, the projector refused to connect until Mira touched the cable and said, please, as if the machine respected courtesy. Leon kept catching himself touching his pocket and yanking his hand away like it had brushed a hot stove. Presentation, Felix whispered, nudging him. You're up after Schultz. You good. No, Leon thought. He hadn't finished the conclusion on urban beekeeping, and his notes were a fog of facts about rooftops and wintering hives. He pictured standing at the front of class, pictured the questions, pictured the heat climbing his neck. The picture came with a sound in his pocket, the faintest thrum, the sound a thought makes when it finds a lever. I wish the bell would. He stopped himself. He did. He truly did. He clamped down on the sentence like it was a mouthful of glass. The bell rang. Silence. Then chaos. The class surged half out of their seats. The teacher blinked at the clock, at the schedule, at the phone on her desk where the period times lived in an app that had no reason to be wrong. No, she said, like someone argued with a computer. It's not. There's a sit. She finished, helpless and annoyed. We have 12 minutes left. They sat, but the room had already started to dissolve into glue. Attention unstuck. Whispers peeling off like labels. Schultz grinned at Leon with both relief and doom. Save, the grin said, and also only for now. Leo's stomach dropped and kept dropping. He hadn't finished the sentence. He hadn't even wanted to finish it. The stone hummed anyway, smug or scared. He couldn't tell which. At lunch. They took their corner by the bike racks. Myra's notebook arrived before she did, planted on the table like a flag. Observed, she said, dropping into the chair. False bell ring. System glitch? Or external trigger? I didn't wish, Leon said. I stopped. Stopping could be a signal, she said, not unkindly. A half-press key can still sound a note if the instrument is hypersensitive. Felix wagged a hand. Translation. Your rock has better hearing than my grandmother. It's not a joke, Leon said, sharper than he meant. I didn't mean to. Felix sobered. I know. Mira slid him a pen. Write exactly what you thought, word by word, even if you didn't complete the thought. He wrote, I wish the bell would, and under it. Stopped myself. Fell hum. Bell rang anyway. His handwriting wobbled at the end, betraying what he didn't want to say out loud. That the bell ringing had felt like being caught doing something he hadn't quite done. Okay, Mira said, looking at the words like a doctor looks at an x-ray. It's listening for intention, not completion. We need distance. No thinking near it unless we mean it. And we should test somewhere public, where phenomena are already weird. Alexanderplatz. Felix said immediately, if the clock likes to have opinions. Mira nodded. After school. Data first, panic later. Alexanderplatz held a piece of sky no building could steal. The square is a contradiction that works. Too open but always crowded. Ugly if you list its parts, but beautiful if you list the ways people stitch themselves across it like color. Buskers set up under the furniture term's needle. Tourists looked up until their necks complained. Pigeons argued with the concept of dignity and won. They met by the world time clock. The ring turned, the cities gliding past with polite certainty. Berlin glowed on the fixed column. New York, Tokyo, Nairobi. Sydney drifted around like sentences in a conversation where nobody raised a voice. Rule 0, Leon said, mostly to himself. Rule 0, Mira echoed, flipping to a fresh page. She drew 3 columns and labeled them time, stimulus, effect. Felix's contribution was snacks and a ridiculous pair of sunglasses. He said made him look less like himself. If 3 Eyes shows up, he'll never recognize me, he said, then deflated a little. He'll absolutely recognize me. Stay in crowd density, Mira said. Close enough that he can't isolate us. Far enough that we can move if we need to. Leon kept his hand away from his pocket. He watched instead. A boy begging his mother for a red balloon. A street violinist lifting a melody that had opinions about sorrow. A man in a neon jacket fixing something to the ground with the brisk tenderness of a person who believes things should work. The clock clicked. The cities moved. Leon told himself a list of things he would not, under any circumstances, think. He would not think about bells or grades or winning shots. He would not think about his mother working late in a white room that smelled like alcohol and lemons. He would not think about how good it would feel to wish for something that fixed more than a minute. I wish we had proof. He thought anyway, not meaning to, meaning it. The stone in his pocket didn't warm. It cooled as if bracing. Don't, Leon said aloud to himself. Don't. The clock stuttered. It was a small wrongness, a momentary hitch, the way a word catches on a person's tongue. The ring kept turning, but one panel, Kiev, flickered like a cheap sign, then steadied and showed a word in an alphabet Leon didn't recognize. Not Cyrillic, not Latin, something with too many hooks and a sense of humor about geometry. Myra's pencil darted. Timestamp, she said. Observed anomaly. Panel substitution. Unknown script. Felix stared. Is that a prank? The people around them didn't flinch. A man wiped his glasses and kept walking. A woman in a red coat paused to consult a map that suddenly had an extra river on it, then found her way regardless. 2 teenagers filmed themselves with the tower stabbing the sky behind them, and when they checked the recording, the tower leaned at an angle towers do not habitually lean. They laughed, delighted, and posted anyway. Proof, Leon whispered. It felt like victory. It felt exactly like stepping onto ice you only think is thick. They stayed. The clock corrected itself. Kiev returned being Kiev. The extra river drained from the woman's map, as if the paper had changed its mind. Again, Felix asked. No, Leon said, too fast. We didn't do anything. I just thought proof and the city obliged. That's enough. Mira was already drawing a rough grid of the square. Look for edges, she said. Places where reality's skin is thinner. Statue seems old foundations. They orbited the clock. On the far side, a man in a blue cap tried to sell knockoff headphones from a cardboard box that had once housed a microwave. He pointed at the Berlin panel to validate the time. His customer, a tourist with soft shoes, said in cheerful English, "What's the price again?" The man said, automatically, 25, then frowned at his own mouth, then said, 30, with the panic of someone realizing the number they remember is somehow not the number. Memory jitter, Mira said under her breath. Localize. Leon noticed something else. The boy with the red balloon he'd clocked earlier. His mother had bought it. The string had been tied around the boy's wrist. Now the balloon was blue. The boy didn't seem to mind. He tugged at it the way children tug at joy to see if it holds. The mother looked at it twice, confused, then shook her head, letting reality decide itself. Color swap, Leon said, not trusting the universe enough to be impressed. A woman pushed a stroller past them, cell phone tucked between shoulder and ear, speaking rapid German about meetings and a printer that had decided to go into witness protection. She paused at the crosswalk, patted the stroller without looking, and said, "Yes, I'll bring a meal." She stopped. Her face went slack for half a second, like a computer freezing. "A meal," she repeated, relief cracking her voice, as if the name had slipped off the hook and she grabbed it midair. Leon's chest hurt. He found the edge of the stone through his pocket. Not to use it, but to know where it was, the way you touch your house keys in a dark pocket on a dark street for the reassurance of the outline. "Okay," Felix said softly. "I don't like that one." "Neither do I," Mira said. She scribbled name Faye brief and underlined it twice, which might indicate that whatever pressure is being exerted prefers impersonal variables, color, signage, mapping, but can brush against personal data if the spillover is strong. "Can you say that like a human?" Felix asked. "It's mostly playing with wallpaper," she said. "But sometimes it knocks a picture off the wall." Leon swallowed. "Proof obtained," he said. "We go." Mira started to say 5 more minutes. Then the violinist hit a phrase and the world hiccuped. It was tiny. It was huge. The bow drew a note, and the note came twice, not as an echo but as a second bite of the same apple. The pigeons, mid-argument, repeated a flap. A man's coffee did not spill, and then did. The Welch cider let itself be wrong for a breath and showed a city, called Vern, that was not Bern and not anything else. Leon's own breath caught and caught again, and for a fraction of a second he felt the heat of the sun on the back of his neck twice, as if the day had decided to rehearse. Then it was gone. The coffee was spilt. The pigeons moved on to discussing fries. The clock remembered its job. Felix made a sound that was mostly a swear and partly a prayer. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Okay." Myra's hand shook. She wrote microloop and put 3 stars beside it. "We're leaving," she said, voice very calm in that way that makes you realize how not calm a person is. "Now." They threaded through the crowd. Leon had the sensation of walking out of a dream and finding his shoes by touch. By the time they reached the U-Bahn, his knees felt like ideas. Inside the train, ordinary noise washed over them. Announcements, laughter, the polite judder of a city moving itself. "Don't say it," Leon told himself, because the sentence was walking toward his mouth with its hand out. I wish none of that had happened. He swallowed it down. They didn't know what a wish of that size would buy, and what it would buy it with. On the platform, a woman in a green coat stood under a sign that announced a train to a station none of them recognized. When the train arrived, the sign changed its mind and said what it had always said. The woman frowned at nothing and got on anyway. They didn't see the man with the 3 lights until the doors slid shut and the train began to move. He was on the platform they had just left, hat low, coat neat, device cool. He didn't raise a hand. He didn't need to. The 3 lights were together and then apart. A small, satisfied motion, like a person adjusting their glasses before reading a book they've read before. "Tomorrow," Felix said, as the train clattered into tunnel. He said tomorrow. "Rule 0. Mira said, "We made it this far with just observation. No more thoughts near the stone, Leon. No more wishing for evidence or bells or anything." Leon nodded. The stone sat in his pocket, quiet now, like a kid who has finally stopped bouncing on a bed. He stared at the window where the tunnel turned their reflections into ghosts. He looked like himself, mostly. He touched the blue bead on Felix's shoelace and watched it swing, a small pendulum that didn't care about cities or clocks. Back on the square, the violinist finished a song and started the next. The boy with the balloon tugged it and laughed when it bobbed. The woman with the stroller said, "Emile again," like the name tasted good. At their stop, they climbed the stairs to the evening. Berlin gathered its shoulders for night. Streetlights blinked into being one by one in an order someone had decided years ago. But that tonight felt like a decision the city kept making light by light, because people were watching and expected it to happen. They cut through an alley to the park, but the alley wasn't the alley Leon remembered. It smelled like rainwater and laundry detergent and something old. The graffiti seemed to watch them back with fresh eyes. Halfway down, there was a door where no door had ever been, a rectangle of wood in a brick wall. No handle, no hinges, a shadow pretending to be domestic architecture. Mira stopped so abruptly Felix bumped her. "Tell me you see that." "I see it," Leon said. His mouth was full of dust and caution. Felix, brave in a way that is also stupid, stepped closer. The door didn't open. It didn't need to. The part of Leon's brain that counted load-bearing walls was suddenly very sure that this was not a door for hands. This was a door for something that knew how to ask correctly. Line, circle. Mira whispered, almost reflex. Leon pictured the sigil in the dirt under the oak. He pictured the stone hovering above it, the faint band of light like attention. "Do we knock?" Felix asked, half joking, half not. "No," Leon said. His voice didn't sound like his. "We leave. We go to the oak. We write this down. We breathe. We do not make door-shaped mistakes in alleys." They left. The alley let them. At the park, the oak was exactly itself, which felt like a favor. Frau Edeltraud sat on the bench as if she had been ironed there. She looked at them and, for the first time, looked tired. "We saw a door," Mira said without preamble, "in the alley off Munstrasse. No handle, no hinges. Not a door," Frau Edeltraud said. "An outline of a door. The world practicing." "It practiced a loop at Alexanderplatz," Felix said, and the word loop shook something in him loose. Frau Edeltraud's nod was both confirmation and condolence. "It will practice more. You pulled a knot where many ropes meet." I didn't, Leon started, then stopped. He had thought proof, and the city had complied. He had almost thought bell, and time had been petty and precise. He didn't know what counted as guilt in a system like this. "Tomorrow," he said instead because that was safe, "he's coming back. Then tonight you will sleep, and you will not feed it," she said. "You will let your wishes be small and unspoken. You will write down what happened and what you felt. Fear is a wish in costume. It can be trained." A crow landed on the back of the bench and dropped something into Frau Edeltraud's lap. She opened her palm. A feather lay there, not blue, black, city black with an oil slick sheen that rainbowed if you wanted it to. She looked at Leon and, almost imperceptibly, shook her head. "Do not claim it. Do not let the shape of wanting find your mouth." He nodded. He could do that. He could try. They sat together while the park made the sound parks make when their daylight friends go home and their night friends stretch. Somewhere, a fox considered laws and ignored them. Somewhere, a tram's wire sang a note nobody had asked for, but everybody recognized. Leon breathed. He did not make any wishes he could hear. He listened to the city practice being itself. When they finally stood, the sky was the color of old ink. Leon walked home with the stone heavy and quiet, and not his, and entirely his responsibility. As he turned his key in the building door, his phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. A single triangle of 3 dots, blinking, not typing anything, just existing on a screen like a small, patient eye. He turned the phone off. He put the stone back in its tin. He closed the lid. Tomorrow would come. Tonight, he would practice not wanting. He would draw a line, and another line crossing it, and a circle. He would pretend the shape to contain what was coming. He would try to be a chair with 3 legs. He would try not to feed it. Chapter 4. The whisper beneath the glass. He woke to a trembling sound. Not quite a voice, not quite a vibration, but something that seemed to hum behind the walls of his skull. For a moment he lay still, staring at the ceiling where morning light slid through the blinds in faint, trembling bands. The sound pulsed once more, a whisper beneath the glass, and then faded, leaving behind only the dull echo of his heartbeat. The stone was still on the nightstand, small, ordinary, yet impossibly dense. He had dreamt of it again, though he could no longer recall the sequence. Just a color, that impossible liquid gray, and the feeling of being watched through it, as if the stone itself contained an eye. He sat up, rubbed his temples, and tried to chase the residue of the dream from his mind. The apartment smelled of cold coffee and damp concrete. Outside, Berlin stirred with its usual restlessness. Car horns, bicycle wheels, voices layered in different languages. Life continued, oblivious to whatever he had brought home from the excavation site. He made coffee and drank it standing by the sink. His reflection in the metal tap wavered strangely, as if the steel were a pool of dark water. For a fleeting instant, the reflection's mouth moved out of sync with his own. He blinked, and everything aligned again. "You're overtired, that's all," he told himself. "You need sleep, normal food, sunlight." He opened the windows to let in air. The courtyard below was damp, strewn with the remains of last night's rain. A cat slunk between bins, black as soot, pausing halfway to stare upward. Its gaze found him. Its pupils narrowed to slits. He felt the pulse again in his right hand, the same hand that had held the stone. He shut the window. At his desk, he tried to work, forcing his focus onto the archaeological sketches spread before him. Layers of soil, pottery fragments, measurement notes. Each mark of pencil was an attempt at normalcy. But the moment his eyes drifted toward the linen-wrapped object on the corner of the desk, a pressure filled his chest. Not pain exactly, but a heaviness, as though gravity had shifted and chosen him as its center. He wrapped the stone tighter, set it inside a wooden box, and shoved it into a drawer. The whisper subsided. For an hour, he managed to write field notes, label photos, answer 2 emails from the Institute. Then came the knock. Felix. He looked thinner than usual, his blonde hair damp from drizzle, a paper bag in hand. "I brought lunch," he said, stepping inside without waiting for an answer. "You've been off-grid. I thought maybe you collapsed under your notes." He tried to smile. "Just tired." Felix studied him. "You look like you haven't slept in a week." He shrugged, gesturing toward the scattered papers. "Deadlines." Felix dropped the bag on the table. Sandwiches, 2 bottles of water. His eyes wandered to the cluttered desk. "You still have that rock?" "It's somewhere," he said quickly. Felix frowned. "You sounded weird about it yesterday. You sure it's safe?" "I ran the mineral sample. It's not in the records. Nothing matches that composition. Even the isotope ratios are off." He froze. "Off how?" "Too heavy. Like it shouldn't exist under normal pressure. And there's a resonance, some kind of magnetic fluctuation. The scanner glitched twice. I thought it was a calibration error." A silence stretched between them. The only sound was the faint ticking of the wall clock, slow, irregular, like a heartbeat that had forgotten its rhythm. He changed the subject, but his mind spun. Too heavy, magnetic. The words nested behind his eyes like splinters. When Felix left half an hour later, the apartment seemed colder. The rain had started again, soft and persistent. He told himself not to look at the drawer, not to listen. But the whisper began anyway. Not from within the drawer, but from everywhere, in the vibration of the refrigerator, in the pipes, in the buzz of the ceiling light, as if the entire apartment had become an instrument and someone unseen was learning to play it. He opened the drawer. The box trembled. For a heartbeat he thought it was an illusion, but no, it moved, rattling softly against the wood. A faint light leaked from the edges, thin as smoke. He lifted the lid. The stone lay still now, but the air above it shimmered. It distorted the lines of the table. The way heat distorts asphalt. His breath quickened. Without touching it, he whispered, "What do you want?" The answer was not sound but feeling, a deep pull downward through the floor, as if gravity itself responded. His knees buckled. He gripped the table edge until the wave passed. And when he looked up, the lights in the room had dimmed to amber. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, reaching toward him. He stumbled back, nearly tripping over the chair. The linen caught on the corner of the table, fluttering to the floor. The box slammed shut of its own accord. Then silence. He stood there for minutes, muscles trembling, until he dared to breathe again. The mark on his palm burned faintly, like frostbite. By the time night arrived, the rain had deepened into a slow, relentless storm. He didn't eat. He barely moved. At some point, he noticed a hum return, a low frequency that seemed to resonate with his heartbeat. He lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling, the light flickering as thunder rolled distantly across the city. Somewhere near midnight, the whisper found words. There are cracks in everything, and I am what passes through. He sat up, heart hammering. The voice was inside him this time, threaded through the space behind thought. He covered his ears. It made no difference. His reflection in the window stared back at him, except that it didn't move when he did. Behind that reflection, another shape slowly emerged. A silhouette, tall, the faint suggestion of three eyes aligned vertically, burning like cold stars. The shadow's mouth curved into something like a smile. He turned, but the room was empty. Outside, lightning split the clouds, and for an instant, the reflection vanished. When darkness settled again, he saw only his own pale face in the glass, but his pupils had changed. For a second they flickered, divided, as though something inside was trying to look outward through him. He closed the curtains and sat there until dawn, waiting for the whisper to stop. It didn't. Chapter 5. Instruments for Things That Shouldn't Be. He didn't sleep after the storm. By morning he had the stone wrapped again, the wooden box taped shut, and a dull ache drilling from the base of his skull into his right eye. The whisper thinned to a pressure behind hearing, like the remembered ring of a bell. Felix texted at 7:04. Come to the lab. Bring it, if you're up for it. He hesitated only long enough to swallow half a cup of cold coffee. The box felt heavier than yesterday as he slid it into a backpack. Down on the stairwell, his footsteps came back to him with a strange delay, as if moving through air that wasn't fully decided on being air. The morning rain had eased into a mist that turned the city a shade paler. On the U-Bahn, he kept the backpack between his knees. The car was half empty. A woman with a folded stroller, a man asleep under a coat, two students muttering in Polish over a cracked phone. The tunnels flickered past, frame by frame. At Busser, tore the light stuttered. For a breath the carriage went silent. The hum returned when the power did. Felix was waiting at the institute with a key card he wasn't supposed to have. You look, he started. Don't say terrible. Felix didn't smile. We'll do this quickly. They moved through corridors lined with display cases. Bronze tools, clay figurines, a delicate glass beaker frothed white by centuries. The lab at the end was narrow and too bright. He set the box on a stainless steel bench. Felix had cleared a space and laid out equipment. Digital balance, magnetometer probe, a handheld spectrometer he'd signed out under a different project, a near-field RF sniffer that belonged in an electrical engineering department rather than archaeology. Before we start, Felix said, I want to do a baseline. Room noise, magnets, radio. Then we bring it out. He nodded. He wanted procedures, a sequence, an order. The last 24 hours had been the opposite of order. Felix switched on the instruments. The RF sniffer hissed softly, registering the usual museum of signals that filled Berlin, whether you wanted them or not. Wi-Fi, cellular, Bluetooth. A stray analog carrier riding the building like a ghost. The magnetometer read Earth normal. The balance read 0. Felix noted numbers on a clipboard with a pencil that squeaked more than it should have. Okay, Felix said quietly. Open it. He peeled back the tape. The box gave a small mechanical complaint, as if relieved to be consulted. The linen inside was damp from his hands. He unwound it, feeling the friction of threads catch on tiny ridges that hadn't been there yesterday. The stone lay in the cloth like a piece of condensed weather, not dull and not bright, a gray that swallowed edges. Felix didn't touch it. He slid the balance forward and eased the stone on with a spatula. The digits climbed and stopped at a number that made no immediate sense. Felix wrote it down, then frowned, then wrote it again. That's... He recalibrated, weighted the scale with reference standard, zeroed it, tried a second time. The same number. That's too dense for anything with that volume, he said. Unless it's... I don't know what it is. The mass is shifting. Shifting? Look. The number crept by 1/10 of a gram. Then back. Up by a half. Down again. It was not drift. Drift was lazy and predictable. This looked like someone exhaling in small, constrained breaths. Felix swallowed. Okay, magnetics. He passed the probe within a centimeter of the surface. The screen printed a fine forest of lines that bowed inward around the stone. There's a field, but not stable, Felix said. It's oscillating. The frequency's low below audible, but it's writing harmonics. See that? Like it can't decide on a single state. He moved the RF sniffer. The hiss rose into a tight, narrow band, the way a tea kettle sounds just before it sings. Felix turned the dial. The graph on the laptop drew a thin hill with a notch in it, then another, sentences without words. He recorded 30 seconds and saved the file. What if we... He reached for the stone. Don't, he said, sharper than he meant to. The mark on his palm flared, as if recognizing an old friend. Felix stopped. Okay, no touching. Visuals, then. He lifted a loop to his eye and leaned close. There are microfractures, he said after a while. To order for weathering. They look written. Written? His voice sounded wrong in the sterile room. Not letters. Something like a lattice. Here. He set the loop in his hand with care and guided his fingers to the right distance. Viewed at that scale, the stone's surface wasn't smooth at all. It wore a pattern of hairline traces like frost on glass, repeating, echoing, spiraling back into themselves. Not symmetrical, not random either. The longer he looked, the more the pattern refused to remain a single pattern. It was as if his eye were the variable. Let's try the micro-CT, Felix said. Then, catching himself, no, I can't requisition time on that without... We'll do ultrasound. It's dirty, but we'll see density layers. He applied gel around the stone rather than on it, a compromise between method and superstition. The transducer chirped. The screen returned a cross-section in grainy grayscale. The stone appeared as a field of noise, then as a coherent thing, then as an overexposed blank, as if the echo had gone somewhere that wasn't permitted to come back. Felix lowered the transducer. His face had turned a shade paler than the room. It nulls the signal, he said, or bends it, like there's more inside than the volume allows. Folded space. He heard himself joke and immediately regretted the flippancy, because the word didn't feel like a joke in here. They tried what they could try without drawing attention. Multiple balances, different probe angles, 3 RF spans, a makeshift Faraday wrap with copper mesh from a drawer that said, "Do not remove." Nothing settled. The stone refused to be a single set of numbers. It's not just physics weird, Felix said finally. Yeah, that way some scientists do when admitting more than they want to. Slow, careful, choosing each syllable so it wouldn't turn into superstition in the air between them. It's like it's performing at the edge of what we're measuring. They packed it in silence. The linen clung, as if it did not want to be lifted. The tape smoothed down with a sigh. As the box closed, the lab's lights brightened a fraction. The screen steadied. The RF is dropped from a keen to a whisper. He hadn't realized his teeth were clenched until he felt them unlock. Archives, Felix said. You think there's precedent? I think Berlin keeps records of everything it shouldn't, especially when it shouldn't. They cut across the courtyard to the old wing, where windows looked like they belonged to an opera house and stairs curved to accommodate ghosts. The reading room was mostly empty. 2 retirees with a genealogical obsession, 1 student who had fallen asleep over a ledger. Felix knew the archivist at the desk, a woman in her 60s with ferocious glasses and a gentleness that made rules firmer because she didn't raise her voice to enforce them. We're looking for early notes on the Kreuzberg site, Felix said. Interwar excavations, maybe wartime catalogs. Any mention of anomalous finds, mineral oddities, artifact that went missing. She tilted her head. Missing is a strong category. We won't quote, Felix said. Promise. She considered them, then disappeared into the stacks. She returned with 2 boxes and a thin book with a cloth spine and the sort of smell that made you treat it like a sleeping animal. They sifted. Dust became a layer on the fingertips you didn't want to wipe away. The thin book was an accession ledger, small items that moved between hands when the city changed hands. He found a page with a line crossed through twice, so thoroughly the ink had bruised the paper. No number, no description, only a date, December 11th, 1936, and a note in careful German that translated badly in his head as Provenance disputed. Hold and secure reserve. What reserve? Felix asked. Cellars. The archivist said without looking up from a crossword, which flooded in 83. Twice. Any index of what was down there? If there were, it floated away. He turned a page in the ledger and felt something shift in the air behind him. The whisper found a phrase and did not say it. He closed the book and opened the first box. Photographs. Excavation trenches like wounds in neat earth. Men in wool suits standing too close to holes. A boy holding a string that led to a plumb bob. Another photo. A table of finds with index tags. On the back, in a hand that pressed too hard. B12. He stared. The code bled significance. It was the kind of code institutions invent to comfort themselves with order. Letter for sight, number for sequence. But the number stayed in his scalp like a seed. He looked at the next photo. The table again from a slightly different angle, as if the photographer had been interrupted then tried to pretend they hadn't. The tag B. 12 had moved 3 centimeters along the table and now sat on nothing. Felix, he said. Felix leaned in. Maybe the items were rearranged, he said, or the tag fell. It's standing up. They examined the grain. A metal pin, a paper flag. No thread. No shadow of an object removed. In the third photo, the tag was gone altogether. The back of the photo had the same hand, lighter this time, as if hurrying. Verboten, no plate. What was B12? He asked the archivist. She peered over glasses. If the ledger won't tell you, the ledger doesn't want you to know. Humor me. She sighed as if permitting a minor sin. She flipped the back of the ledger to a page that should have been blank. There in small ink cramped between margins. B12. Stein-owned name from Kreuzberg, Trench 3. Origin unknown. Temperature sensitivity? Do not display. The last 3 words were underlined twice. Temperature sensitivity. He remembered the way the stone had seemed colder than the air, then warmer, as if copying whatever he was. Could we see trench logs? Felix asked. Field notebooks from that season. Not if they were downstairs in 83, she said. But the city water department sometimes duplicates what culture departments forget. Don't ask me why. There's a microfiche cabinet in the back. 3rd drawer from the bottom. The one that squeaks. They fed dimes to a machine that had no reason to still function in a digital century. The film threaded like a thin night. Pages rotated into view, sideways, inverted, then righted. They skimmed. Rainfall tables, pump schedules, notes in a fast hand. Then, Trench 3, a map sketched in pencil. At the bottom, a line. Unusual stone at 1.4 m. No matrix. Removed under advisory. H. No date. No specimen number. No diagram of position. Removed under advisory, which meant someone with authority, but with a reason they didn't want written down. A shadow moved across the screen. That was not a shadow in the room. The microfiche whined. The frame bled white, then black, then returned. Felix raised his eyebrows. Electrical is bad in here. The archivist called without looking up. Right, Felix said. They printed 2 pages. The machine complained and tried to jam the paper. Felix coaxed it like a nurse with a difficult child. The copies came out too dark, then too light, then readable enough to pass as evidence of something impossible to evidence. Back in the lab, they sat at the bench without unpacking the box. The afternoon had turned the windows into rectangles of diluted tin. Felix tapped his pencil against the clipboard and stared at nothing. What are we trying to prove? He asked finally. That I'm not imagining it. I believe you. He said it too quickly, then tried again. I believe the data. The data says what? That it exists in a way instruments don't like. Felix said that it's old enough to be undocumented and strange enough to be undocumented on purpose. That someone once put it somewhere no one would look, and time almost did the job the rest of the way. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The lab felt like a boat barely larger than the sea. Let me run one more thing, Felix said, as if bargaining with the weather. He opened the laptop, loaded the RF recording from the morning, and stretched the thin hill into a landscape. He filtered the band, normalized the levels, and inverted the spectrogram just to see if music appeared when you asked numbers the wrong question. Marks blossomed on the screen, bright threads that braided and unbraided, patterns too regular to be noise and too variable to be designed. Felix leaned closer. Do you see that? He traced with a fingertip, not quite touching. Here and here, intervals, like a phrase. He clicked play. The speakers offered up a tone at the edge of hearing, more pressure than sound. A second tone answered, lower, a submarine of a frequency that made the desk hum. Words formed in his head that were not emitted by the room. There are cracks in everything. Stop, he said. Felix stopped. You heard something. It's nothing, he lied, because saying out loud would pin to the air like a label, and labels made things real in the worst way. They sat with the stop sound. Outside, a siren rose and faded. Footsteps crossed the corridor and didn't return. He reached toward the box, not to open it, just to confirm it still existed in a form a hand could recognize. Something shifted under his fingers. Not the box. The table. It wasn't motion. It was an idea of motion, the way a bridge hums when a truck passes 3 streets away. He pulled his hand back. Okay, Felix said, voice steady by intention. We don't keep it here overnight. We don't log anything. I'll hide these copies at my place. You take the stone back for now. If we leave it in the building, I won't sleep. He wanted to argue. He also wanted to leave the building with the speed of a man who has remembered a stove is on. They stepped in the corridor with the backpack repacked, and the box, heavier again by a hair that wasn't a hair. At the stairwell, Felix paused. One more detour, he said. 2 minutes. Security. What for? Cameras. The security office was a cube of screens, a sleep-deprived guard, and the smell of old coffee that had decided it would remain forever in the mug it had chosen. Felix knew the guard, too. Everyone liked him. Some people because of his competence, more because he kept his competence quiet. Can we see the East Corridor, time-stamped between 9:30 and 11 o'clock? Felix asked, easy casual, as if they were betting on who'd passed whom in a hallway. The guard shrugged and rewound. The corridor appeared, a humdrum nothing of beige indoors, then ticked forward. At 9:42, the screen showed an empty hall. At 9:42 on the adjacent monitor, the same hall showed the two of them entering the lab. Camera 3 lags sometimes, the guard said. At 10:13, they watched themselves crossing out a frame. On the neighboring feed, also labeled 10:13, the corridor remained empty for 4 seconds longer, then admitted them. If I report this, the guard said, not looking at them, an IT subcontractor will blame a switch and replace the switch with the same switch, and I'll have to write 2 emails. Thank you, Felix said. Don't report it. Wasn't going to. On the way down the stairs, the whisper tugged at the back of the protagonist's tongue, as if the mouth were a pocket someone else was checking for a key. He thought of the photograph where the B12 tag had moved without anything moving it. He thought of 1936 and a cellar that unlearned its inventory in floodwater. He thought of the 3 eyes in a window and how, when lightning had made them honest, they had vanished like good liars do. On the U-Bahn home, the backpack sat between his knees again. The car was busier now. A group of teenagers recorded themselves in a reflection of the window, tried to choreograph an angle the algorithm might reward. A man in a suit read numbers that made his face angry. A child stared with intense focus at a sticker half peeled from the seat. Life went on and refused to be impressed. The tunnel light stuttered just before Gorlitzer Bahnhof. The car went dim, and for 2 seconds, the window became a mirror deep enough to own light. In that mirror, His reflection failed to blink when he did. A second reflection stood behind his, slightly taller, the suggestion of a third eye where no eye belonged. The power returned. The car breathed. The mirror was glass again. At home, he set the box on the table and didn't open it. He didn't want to sleep near it, and he didn't want to be a different place than it was. He made tea and didn't drink it. He read the copies they'd made and didn't digest the words. Around midnight, his phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number, in German too formal to be ordinary. You are in possession of an item recorded as B12. This item is state property and must be surrendered to a representative upon request. Please confirm receipt of this notice. He stared until the letters thinned. He scrolled up to see if there had been another message previously. There hadn't. He showed the phone to the room so it would share the weight. A second message followed, in English now, shorter and somehow colder because of it. Don't let it sleep. If it sleeps, it wakes elsewhere. He typed, "Who are you?" Then erased it, then typed, "How did you get this number?" Then erased that too. He set the phone face down. The whisper pressed against the bones of his inner ear as if testing hinges. He lay on the couch, eyes open, waiting for dawn. The city made its city noises, and within those noises a thin, almost courteous hum made itself a place. The last thought that fit into his head before the thoughts learned to move around it was practical and felt like a lie even as he formed it. Tomorrow we return to the ground. Chapter 6. When the Stone Sleeps. He didn't move for an hour after the second message. The phone lay face down on the table. The words "don't let it sleep" replaying in his mind until they no longer sounded like language. He tried to tell himself it was a prank. Some colleague with access to the excavation files. Maybe even Felix pulling a bad joke. But the phrasing was wrong. Too precise. Too aware. At 1:07 a.m., he decided he would not sleep either. He brewed coffee strong enough to etch the mug. The smell filled the apartment, a smell that belonged to real things. Heat, liquid, bitterness. He needed real things. The stone sat inside its box on the table, silent, indifferent. The storm had gone, leaving the air thick with that heavy quiet that follows exhaustion. He opened his laptop, connected a small USB microphone, and launched the Spectrum Analyzer app Felix had once given him. He placed the mic an inch from the box. If the stone wanted a hum, he would make it prove it. The screen registered ambient hiss. Nothing more. He recorded for 10 minutes, labeled file control 1, and watched the digital waveform drift like a calm heartbeat. At 1:37, the power flickered. A brief dip in voltage, a hiccup of light. The fridge compressor coughed, then recovered. The waveform trembled. A narrow band appeared near 18 hertz, infrasound territory. He frowned. It could be anything. Trucks, subway vibrations, the neighbor's washing machine. But there was something rhythmic about it. It pulsed, paused, then returned with altered intervals, like a sequence trying to remember itself. He saved the file. The apartment temperature dropped by 2 degrees. By 2 a.m., his nerves had adapted to the tension. He worked in cycles, record, analyze, note. The whisper was quiet now, almost companionable. When he glanced at the window, the glass held only his reflection. He began to think maybe the warning had worked, that keeping the stone awake kept it contained. At 2:24, his phone buzzed again. A third message. Still awake? He didn't answer. The typing dots appeared anyway. 3 pale ellipses, blinking, stopping, blinking again, then vanished. The number was the same unknown one. He switched the phone off, pulled a SIM card out, and dropped into a glass of water. "Let's see you type now," he muttered. He went to the drawer, removed the box, and set it on the floor. "Awake," he whispered. "You hear me? Awake." The silence afterward was so dense it sounded alive. The hum returned, deeper this time, not through the air but through the floorboards. He felt it in his ankles, his ribs, his teeth. The walls groaned like old wood shifting under snow. He watched the box. It moved, not much, less than a centimeter, but enough that the tape creased where it had been smooth. His breath caught. He reached out and stopped halfway. "Don't touch it." His hand hovered above the lid, trembling in the charged air. The whisper began again, But it wasn't a voice this time. It was language as geometry, patterns of thought, not sound, shapes that arrived whole and impossible to translate. He opened the laptop again and turned the analyzer gain all the way up. The screen flooded with chaotic bands, red over green over violet, frequencies no equipment should pick up indoors. He recognized harmonics of 18 hertz, but layered with something higher, a faint chirring near 12 kilohertz, like distant insects in winter. He switched the software to audio mode. The speakers gave a low, undulating growl, then a faint harmonic whistle. He raised the volume until his chest vibrated. "Is that you?" he asked. A click answered, sharp, metallic. The lights dimmed. He glanced toward the breaker box. Still on. Everything still on. Another click. Louder. Then a series of knocks from inside of the wooden box, slow and deliberate. 1, 2, 3. He stumbled backward, chair tipping, coffee splattering across the floor. The knock stopped, replaced by a sound like air being inhaled through stone. The box bulged, not outward, but inward, as if something within it were pulling itself smaller, denser, deeper. The tape split. The lid lifted slightly and froze there, neither open nor shut. Every instinct screamed to throw out the window. Instead, he grabbed his phone from the water glass, dripping, dead, and crossed the door. The hallway outside was dark, all apartments black. The power grid had failed silently, without the usual cough of relays. From the corridor came a sound. Steps, slow, dragging, steady. He called Felix, knowing it wasn't. The steps stopped. The whisper moved closer, not through the air but behind it. He felt pressure against the door, as if someone had leaned their forehead to it. Then 3 slow taps, matching the rhythm from a box. He didn't open. He waited, breath shallow, pulse hammering. Something on the other side exhaled. The door vibrated once. Then the sound withdrew, step by step, fading down the stairwell. He stayed still until he could count 60 heartbeats without interruption. When he turned back to the table, the box was open. The linen had unwrapped itself halfway, edges blackened like paper too near flame. The stone was glowing faintly from within, the same pale gray light that had haunted his dreams. Inside it, structures moved, shifting lattices, the suggestion of depth far deeper than the size of the object allowed. The hum rose again, almost pleading, and in his head, clear this time, the words came. "If I sleep, I wake elsewhere." He didn't understand, yet somehow he did. The warning hadn't been to protect him from the stone. It was to protect the world from where the stone went when left alone. He grabbed a towel, wrapped the stone, and set it beneath the stream of cold water in the sink. Steam hissed, not from heat, but from reaction. The light pulsed faster, strobing the room. The faucet vibrated, the pipes groaning like something alive. He turned the handle to stop the flow. It kept running. Then the world tilted, not metaphorically, tilted. The apartment leaned 10 degrees east, as if gravity had changed its opinion. The table slid, papers lifted, water from the sink curved upward, suspended midair. A roar filled the room, like the combined rush of wind and ocean and machinery far underground. And then silence, perfect surgical silence. He opened his eyes. The apartment was level again. The sink was dry. The box was shut, tape miraculously resealed. Only one thing had changed. On the far wall, above the couch, a black handprint marked the plaster. Not his, not any human's. Too long, too narrow, and beneath it, faint but visible in the damp reflection of streetlight, a symbol drawn in the same gray luminescence as the stone's pulse. 3 small circles. Chapter 7. Evidence that refuses to stay paper. Felix reached the institute before the building remembered it was morning. Security lights still burned the hallways a dull amber, and the cleaner's cart, smelling of citrus and metal, stood like a lonely animal at the end of the corridor. He let himself into the lab with the not entirely authorized key card, and the room responded with its usual hums. Refrigerator compressor, the stubborn ballast in the ceiling fixture, the soft tinnitus of instruments that never truly turned off. He started with coffee he didn't drink and a checklist he pretended would be enough. On the bench, Yesterday's clipboard lay where he'd left it. Pencil not quite parallel to the paper, as if the room had exhaled in the night and moved it half a degree. He powered a laptop, opened the RF capture from the morning session, RF 2024-11-06-1042.wave, and pulled up the spectrum. The file he'd saved was 30 seconds long. Ordinary hiss wearing an odd narrowband hill. He stretched it. The hill became a ridge. He stretched again, normalized the levels, subtracted a baseline profile. He kept for the lab's ambient nonsense. Something emerged. Not voice, not music. Structure. Threads moving across frequency, like handwriting practicing curves in the margins. He glanced at the clock. 6:13. Too early to bother anyone. Too late to admit to himself that he was frightened. Felix exported the spectrogram to a high-res image and ran it through a pattern detector. He'd written for a grant that had never been funded. The algorithm didn't know what to call what it saw. It called them recurrences, because it had to call them something, and highlighted 3 shapes that returned with non-random intervals. He knew better than to trust a machine eager to please. He fed the image a false spectrogram, the noise-only baseline. The algorithm shrugged and returned nothing. He fed it the original again. It found the same 3 shapes in the same sequence: a short curve, a longer brace, a thin vertical line that seemed to insist on being read. He scribbled in the margin of the clipboard, 18 hertz plus harmonics, stable/unstable. Sequence, SNR too low. Then, after a breath, not artifact. He walked through procedures like railings on a staircase. Check the magnetometer logs flat. Verify the balance calibration good. Review the Faraday mesh readings a useless comfort. He almost let himself breathe, and then remembered the security cameras. The guard on the night shift had a radio voice that made everything sound less urgent. Feed still glitchy, the man said after 2 rings. East corridor desync. 3rd floor briefly lost sync at 2:20 for 30 seconds. Maintenance ticket filed and already closed because it's always closed. Can I see? Felix asked. Can you bring me a croissant? I'll bring 2. In the security room, a grid of monitors displayed the building in a 12-eyed mosaic. The guard rewound the east corridor to 2:19. The timestamp in the top right read 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 42 seconds. On the adjacent monitor, the same lens, the same angle, the same corridor read 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 53 seconds. The desynchrony hovered like a hell breath. At 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 7 seconds, a flicker shivered up the length of the hallway. Not motion, not shadow, a failure of the camera to agree with itself about how light should behave. The guard froze frame. Across the image, a vertical artifact appeared, and then collapsed sideways. 3 bright dotted lines as if someone had pricked the feed with a trident. Bad cable, the guard said. Or a signature, Felix said, too softly for the guard to hear. He returned to the lab with the croissants and none of his appetite. He opened his email to write a message that would sound rational and would not be sent. Then he closed it again. Instead, he pulled yesterday's prints from his bag. The microfiche copies, the ledger note, the pencil map with trench 3, and the no-matrix fine line. He smoothed them on the bench. The paper had warped slightly from humidity or from the kind of time that passes in rooms where strange things are measured. He needed more than shapes and hunches. He needed a sentence with numbers and units, and the kind of verbs that do not look back at you when you write them. Felix loaded the RF file again and did something petty and unscientific. He inverted the spectrogram a second time and flipped it horizontally, an old habit from years of trying to make order out of instruments that lied when told to. The threads of brightness rearranged. What had been a curve now read like a double character. The brace became a gate. The thin vertical line became 2, close enough to be a single line for any eye that wasn't expecting twins. He set a pair of calipers to the interval between repeats and measured in frequency space, then in time. The numbers, once rounded, formed a ratio not far from 3 to 5 to 3. He wrote it down. He drew it as 3 small circles, stacked like vertebrae. He did not circle them. At 7:02, his phone vibrated. A message from the protagonist, a photograph taken in poor light. Felix tapped it open and forgot how to hold the phone for a second. A black handprint on plaster. Too long, too narrow. Beneath it, the same 3 small circles aligned vertically. The caption, it wasn't the paint, and the power went. Are you at the lab? A second photo followed. The box, neatly taped, the linen folded with care, that said do not touch more clearly than any sign could. He called. You're awake, the protagonist said. His voice had gravel in it. You sent the pictures. It wasn't me who painted the wall. I'm coming, Felix said, and only then realized he was already put his jacket on. Outside, Berlin wore the indecisive gray of a day that would never fully begin. Felix moved quickly through it. U-Bahn 2 stops, the smell of metal and damp stone rising from the tunnels, stairs that made every leg become a number, courtyards that remembered last night's rain on every surface. He did not look at windows in case a third. I decided to look back. On the second floor, the hallway to the apartment was empty except for a package that had been left outside a door with a name he could not pronounce. He knocked. A pause. Then the sound of the chain being undone and the slow open of wood that had learned caution. The room smelled faintly of coffee and something else. Ozone, perhaps, or dust on a bulb that had burned too hot. The protagonist's face was an index of hours without sleep. Felix wanted to ask one of the ordinary questions. Did you eat? Are you okay? And instead he said, shh. The handprint was worse in person. Paint would have glinted. Soot would have smudged. This mark absorbed the light around it and gave nothing back. The fingers were too long and tapered to points that weren't quite points. The palm was wrong in a way the brain slid over until it didn't. What did you touch it with? Felix asked, aware of how absurd the question sounded. Nothing I own, the protagonist said. I wrapped it. I tried to keep it awake. Felix turned to the wall again, to the symbol beneath the handprint, the 3 stacked circles. Not paint, not chalk, a luminous residue that lingered near the threshold of visibility. He moved his head. The circles shifted tone, as if the light they emitted were arguing with the room about how bright it was allowed to be. He forced himself into procedure. We need to document this before it decides it never happened. He took a series of photographs with his phone from standardized distances, then placed a ruler next to the mark and photograph again. He opened his bag, pulled out a swab kit he'd borrowed from a conservation case months ago, and froze, unsure whether taking a sample was a sensible or catastrophic idea. Don't smudge it, the protagonist said. If it's writing. Felix swallowed. Writing is optimistic. He swabbed the bare edge where the light fell off into ordinary plaster and sealed a sample like a ritual he had learned without believing. What happened? He asked. After the message, don't let it sleep, I kept recording. The box knocked from the inside. The power went in the building. Something stood outside the door and tapped 3 times. When it left, the box was open. The stone. He hesitated on the word, like a person naming an animal that might come when called. Was lit from inside. It said, inside my head, if I sleep, I wake elsewhere. Then the apartment leaned, like a ship. Then everything was quiet again, and the box was taped shut. He pointed. That was not. Felix looked at the taped lid. The seam ran neat and new. He touched the tape's edge. It was warm. The way an adhesive is warm not from heat, but from doing the work of holding 2 realities together and resenting it. He lifted the box a centimeter. It resisted as if reluctant to be reminded of its function. He set it down gently. Elsewhere, Felix repeated. He wrote the word in his head and did not like it there. If it states awake, asleep, and one of them translates as being in a room, and the other as being somewhat a room cannot contain, then keeping it awake is containing it here, the protagonist said. Assuming the message is a manipulation, Felix said, and heard the thinness of skepticism in his own voice. They stood there a moment with the kind of silence that only data earns. Felix pulled up his email and attached the lab images, the spectrogram, the inverted one, the caliper measurements. He sent them to himself, to 2 burner accounts he used when he didn't trust a network, and then to the protagonist with a subject line that would look boring if intercepted, Archinfo. There's more, the protagonist said. He showed Felix the phone and a glass of water. Whoever texted knew about B12, knew about the ledger code, knew the phrase, first in German, then in English. Government department? Felix said. A collector who read the archives? A rival dig team? Or he stopped before or something that isn't a person. There were places language went and did not return clean. Felix took out the 3 microfiche copies, spread them on the table, pressed the corners with whatever lay near, a salt shaker, a small fossil, a spoon. He pointed to December 11th, 1936 with a pencil that had somehow dulled since yesterday. Accession entry with a line blacked out. Provenance disputed. Hold in secure reserve. Downstairs flooded in 83. We lost inventories. But there's a tag and a photograph. B12. In one frame it sits on a tray. In the next it stands alone. In the next it is gone, and the back of the photo says verboten, no plate. The protagonist traced the 3 circles with a finger a centimeter above the wall. 3 to 5 to 3, he said, surprising Felix. What? In the analyzer. Your message. The pattern. You drew it, without saying you drew it. Felix blinked. He had not realized he'd let the ratio into his posture. I measured intervals in the RF capture. It might be nothing. It might be the spectrum equivalent of seeing a face in a cloud. And if it is a face? Felix decided then not to answer reflexively. Then we should treat it as an interface. Not sacred, not monstrous. Operational. It speaks in intervals. We respond in intervals. You want to talk to it. I don't want to, Felix said, but I don't want to be the person who pretends we didn't hear it when we did. Instruments for things that shouldn't be are still instruments. They set up what the room allowed. The laptop analyzer on the table, the mic almost touching the box, the line and arms reach of the wall symbol as if the mark itself might respond. Felix opened a new session. The spectrum lay flat and suspiciously innocent. Short bursts, Felix said. Call and listen. Don't raise. The protagonist nodded, his hand hovering over the trackpad, like a conductor reluctant to begin. He tapped the spacebar. The analyzer hissed. Felix added a tone generator at 18 hertz, inaudible, only pressure in chest, and layered a barely audible 360 hertz whisper on top, a harmonic that might meet the thing halfway. The line held. Then a thin needle rose and dropped, a reply or an artifact, or both. Felix kept his voice level. Again, the protagonist pulsed the 18 hertz in a 3-5-3 sequence, gentle as one might teach a child a rhythm. The room's air thickened. The black handprint, Felix would have sworn, deepened as if accepting ink it couldn't have. The analyzer sketched 3 bright threads and then a longer low curve that touched the floor of the graph and did not quite return. Felix felt the change inside his molars. He counted without meaning to. 3, 5, 3. The laptop's fan spun up. The building's pipes muttered like old men deciding to stand. Stop, Felix said softly. They stopped. The spectrum flattened. Sulky. That was something, the protagonist said. That was us teaching the room to be a room that could be taught, Felix said, and only then heard the door. Not a knock. A courtesy brush of knuckles, once, followed by the small official sound of a paper slid under wood. Felix stepped forward. An envelope lay there, cream, heavy, addressed by a machine that pretended to be a hand, to the current occupant. Inside, a printed notice on a letterhead that wore an insignia he did not recognize, something municipal wearing a federal shadow. It requested, firmly and politely, a voluntary review and temporary custody of an item recorded as B12 for purposes of assessment, public safety, and cultural protection. There was a paragraph about liability and a phone number that would ring a desk that didn't answer. At the bottom, in blue pen that was not blue ink, a line had been added by a human who had decided to be helpful. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Don't let it sleep. Felix looked at the clock. 8:41. He lifted his eyes to the protagonist and saw the decision forming there. The human kind, the kind that cannot be repeated on a clipboard once taken. We have 19 minutes, Felix said, to decide whether we hand it to people who might be able to do something we can't, or to people who will make it vanish the way it vanished in 1936. And if we keep it, then we will need to learn how not to sleep. The wall mark did not fade. The 3 circles did not dim in the laptop speaker. So, quietly that Felix could only be sure because his chest remembered the pressure. The room exhaled a phrase without syllables. He wrote in the margin of the clipboard because the page was the only thing that still pretended to be neutral. Elsewhere equals state. Sleep equals transition. Keep awake equals anchor. Then, smaller, instruments do not like it. Instruments are not required to like it. At 8:58, the hallway sounded like shoes approaching, the kind that belong to representatives who prefer not to be kept waiting. Felix set the pencil down and nodded once, the way people do when they've elected their fate, and will now speak it out loud. Whatever we choose, he said, we document everything, and we do not stand near the door. Chapter 8. Representatives. The knock came at exactly 9 o'clock. Not hesitant, not polite, a metronome strike, timed and deliberate. Felix and the protagonist exchanged a glance that lasted longer than most arguments. The laptop was still open, its last spectrogram frozen mid-pulse. The box sat on the table like an accusation. The black handprint watched from a wall. 3 more knocks. Felix whispered. We answered together. The protagonist nodded. He slipped the box into a canvas satchel, not to hide it, to keep it attached to him. He had learned that separation meant invitation. Felix straightened his shoulders, the clipboard in hand like a badge that could improvise legitimacy. He opened the door. 2 people stood in the hallway. A man, a woman, dark suits, raincoat still damp at the cuffs. No visible IDs, only the posture people used to being believed. The man held a leather folder embossed with a coat of arms that was not the one on the letter, but close enough to feel official. The woman's eyes cataloged the apartment before she crossed the threshold. Good morning, the man said in fluent, unaccented German. We are here regarding item B12. Felix gestured to the letter on the table. You're early. Early is efficient, the woman said. Her smile was symmetrical and unconvincing. May we come in? The protagonist stepped aside, unwillingly polite. They entered without waiting for the invitation to finish. The man scanned the room, the laptop, the recorder, the lingering glow-of-the-wall mark. His gaze paused a half-second longer than it should have. Then he turned to Felix. You were both at the Institute yesterday. Felix answered as if reciting a lab log. We conducted non-destructive tests. Basic analysis only. No cataloging yet. Where's the specimen now? Felix hesitated just long enough for the woman to notice. She stepped closer, every motion controlled. You've already been informed this object requires controlled containment, she said. There have been incidents. What kind of incidents? Felix asked. Classified. The protagonist's hand tightened on the satchel strap. Classified from whom? The man ignored the question. He drew a thin document from a folder, a form with too many empty fields. You will sign this transfer receipt. Temporary custody. You will both be interviewed separately. Felix scanned the page. There's no department listed. It's implied. Implied by what? Felix asked. Ink color? The woman's gaze fixed on him. By necessity. Felix opened his mouth again, but the protagonist spoke first. What happens if we don't sign? The silence that followed was administrative in texture, precise and heavy. The man said that would be ill-advised. The whisper began again, faint but unmistakable, not in the air, but beneath it. The fluorescent light above them flickered once, twice. The woman's eyes shifted upward, just for a moment, and in that moment the hum thickened, the table vibrated, and the box inside the satchel pulsed once against the protagonist's ribs. The man's tone stayed level. You've activated it. No, the protagonist said quietly. You did. Felix stepped between them. Nobody touches anything. If you want a chain of custody, you can witness us sealing it, but it doesn't leave this building without a containment field or at least a Faraday. Mr. Adler, the man interrupted, using Felix's full name without having been told it. You're an archaeologist. Don't pretend you're a physicist. Someone has to pretend, Felix said. The hum swelled. Papers lifted from the table in a slow, graceful spiral. The light bulb popped. plunging the room into gray daylight. For a heartbeat, everything froze, the air, the dust, the ticking of the wall clock. Then the hum collapsed into a single resonant note, deep and clean, like the pluck of a cosmic string. The woman drew a small device from her coat, flat metallic, no obvious controls. It emitted a soft harmonic that answered the note. The papers fell. The hum diminished. She exhaled, almost relieved. See? Responsive. It prefers equilibrium. What is that? Felix asked. Something we shouldn't have had to use, she said. The protagonist's voice came low and steady. You've dealt with this before. Neither of them denied it. The man adjusted his folder. We will take it now. Felix's mind raced through futile options. Call security, call the press, call no one. At least tell us where, he said. The man's answer was automatic. A facility outside the city. Which one? Not on maps. Felix laughed once, dry, humorless. Everything is on some map. Not this, the woman said. She had moved closer to the handprint, studying it. When did this appear? Last night, the protagonist said. Did you mark it yourselves? No. She leaned nearer, eyes narrowing. The faint glow under the circle strengthened, as if responding to her presence. She stepped back sharply. The hum returned, thin and slicing. The man snapped the folder shut. That's enough. We're leaving. He reached for the satchel. The protagonist stepped aside, every muscle wired with the instinct of ownership. If you take it, he said, you'll lose it again. The woman straightened. We don't lose things. You lost it in 1936. That stopped them. The man's expression didn't change, but something behind it did. That's not public record. Felix whispered, Neither are you. For a moment, all four stood in the same small space. The tension measured in hertz. Then the box inside the satchel emitted a sound like a breath drawn inward through stone. The walls darkened, shadows growing upward. The 3 circles on the wall flared, then contracted into one. The woman's device began to vibrate uncontrollably. She dropped it. It cracked open, not like metal breaking, but like something biological. From the split seam, a thin black mist seeped, evaporating before it could touch air. She swore under her breath. Felix shouted, Step back! The man reached for the satchel again. The protagonist backed toward the window, holding it tight. The hum grew unbearable. The glass rattled. Outside, the clouds above Berlin drew into a spiral the city didn't notice. Stop! Felix shouted. You'll trigger it. Trigger what? The man demanded. The elsewhere, the protagonist said. For an instant, everyone heard the whisper, not through ears, but through marrow. If I sleep, I wake elsewhere. But I was never the only one. The floor buckled. The black mark on the wall extended, its shadow stretching across the room like an arm. The woman stumbled, her shoe sinking half a centimeter into the parquet, as if the material had turned to water. Felix grabbed her, pulled her free. The man lost a folder. Paper scattered like pale birds. Then, as subtly as it began, everything stilled. The light returned. The hum fell silent. The handprint dimmed to an ordinary stain. The 4 of them stood breathing in the aftermath, pretending equilibrium had returned, because none of them could define what had just happened. The man retrieved his folder, voice composed again. You have until midnight, he said. After that, this becomes an enforcement issue. They left without waiting for acknowledgement. The door closed. Footsteps receded down the stairwell. Felix and the protagonist didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Felix said, They weren't lying. No, the protagonist said. They were remembering. He set the satchel back on the table. The box inside was cold again, colder than anything natural. On its surface, faint condensation traced a new pattern, one neither of them recognized. 3 circles, a line, and beneath it, a 4th mark, a curve, half-drawn, waiting to be completed. Chapter 9. Departure Protocol. They didn't speak for nearly an hour after the representatives left. The silence in the apartment was no longer ordinary silence. It had weight. the kind that pressed against the ribs until breathing felt optional. Felix sat by the window, watching the gray city hesitate between weather systems. The protagonist paced, each step measured, as though the floor itself might break under careless rhythm. At some point, the coffee machine sputtered back to life, startling them both. Felix exhaled. "We can't stay here." The protagonist nodded. "They'll come back." "Midnight," Felix said, "and this time they won't knock." He looked at the box on the table, the faint sheen of condensation forming its own invisible geometry across the lid. "You said it reacts to sleep." "It does," the protagonist said. "Or it becomes sleep. I'm not sure there's a difference anymore." Felix rubbed his eyes. "Then we keep it awake. Or we move it. Maybe both." He pulled his phone from his pocket, checked out a habit, and found the screen black. Dead battery or something else. "I'll get my equipment. Field scanner, backups, some copper mesh. We need a containment rig that isn't plugged into the grid. Anything connected to the city can be traced." "Trace how?" Felix gave a thin smile. "By people who write letters without departments." He left before the protagonist could argue. The apartment felt emptier than it should have. The air seemed to recoil from the space Felix had occupied, as though his absence revealed what the walls had been hiding. The protagonist at the table opened his notebook and wrote the date. The handwriting looked alien. His hand shook slightly, making the lines uncertain. He began to write anyway. "If I sleep, it wakes elsewhere. If it sleeps, it wakes here. Neither of us belong entirely to the right place." The pen bled through the paper as if it, too, wanted to escape the page. Outside, the sound of sirens moved along the spree, slow, directionless, too many at once. A helicopter drifted low over Kreuzberg, its rotors chopping the air like impatient thoughts. The protagonist went to the window. Across the street, the old municipal building stood dark, except for one window on the top floor, a faint red light blinking steadily, a heartbeat in the architecture. He had never noticed it before. When he turned back to the room, the box was no longer exactly where he'd left it, a centimeter to the left, just enough to notice. He stared at it for a long time. The condensation on its surface had shifted pattern again, forming now a spiral, broken near the center. A whisper, or something close enough to one, ran through his head. Movement is memory. He blinked. "You're not supposed to talk. You are not supposed to listen." He slammed the notebook shut. Felix returned just before dusk with 2 bags and the expression of a man who had crossed too many small bureaucratic lines in too little time. "We can't use trains," he said, spreading items across the table. "They scan passenger manifests now for radiation leaks after that chemical fire last year. Anything emitting magnetics triggers inspection." "Then what?" the protagonist asked. "Road. Quiet car, no electronics, no plate tracking. I have a friend, an ex-PhD who lives near Oranienburg. We'll head north, keep the B-roads. From there we decide." He unrolled a length of copper mesh, lightweight but fine as spider silk, and began wrapping it around the box. "Faraday cage. Not perfect, but it'll muffle emissions." The protagonist watched him work. "You've done this before?" Felix's hands didn't stop, not with a rock. They ate in silence, cold bread, cheese, the last of the coffee reheated. At 2200 hours, Felix dismantled the laptop's battery, stripped the drives, and pocketed the data stick. "We take only what we can burn," he said. The hum began again, faint as breath. The copper mesh trembled. Felix's head jerked up. "Did you hear?" "Yes." The light over the table dimmed. The spiral on the box shifted once more, uncoiling, straightening into a line. "North," the voice said inside both their heads, simultaneous and calm, where the cracks began. Felix went pale. "It knows. It remembers," the protagonist said. "Maybe it's leading us. Or luring. Does it matter?" They finished packing. At 2347, they stepped into the stairwell. The building's lights flickered between floors. Somewhere above, a radio played a lullaby in a language neither recognized. Felix carried the mesh-wrapped box under his arm, careful not to touch the surface directly. The protagonist followed. the satchel slung across his shoulder, the faint burn on his palm pulsing in time with his heartbeat. On the street, the air was colder than it should have been for November. Berlin looked washed out, as if the city itself were a photograph left too long in developing fluid. The street lamps buzzed, their halos thick and yellow. Somewhere to the east, thunder rolled, though the sky was clear. A black car was parked by the curb. No plates. Windows tinted too dark. Felix stopped walking. "They're early." 2 figures stepped out, the same man and woman from the morning, or their doubles, identical down to the tilted jaw and the rain-dark shoes. No rain had fallen. The man raised a hand. "Stop." The protagonist's voice was low. "Keep walking." The woman's tone was smooth, rehearsed. "You don't understand what you're carrying." Felix laughed softly, bitter. "You don't, either." The man reached into his coat, slowly, not for a weapon, but for something smaller, flatter. A rectangle of glass that pulsed faintly with inner light. He held it toward them. "We can stabilize it." The box in Felix's arms responded, a low vibration that deepened into sound, rising until every car alarm on the street erupted in chorus. The man's glass rectangle cracked down the center. The woman shouted something neither of them heard over the noise. The streetlights went out. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then, out of the darkness, came light. Pale and silver, not from the lamps but from within the asphalt itself. Thin veins glowing beneath their feet like circuitry. The buildings around them shimmered, their outlines bending as if seen through water. Felix shouted, "Run!" They did. Down the street, through the intersection, toward the narrow alley that led to Canal. The sound followed them, not footsteps but pressure, like air collapsing inward. Behind them, the black car dissolved, not burned, not vanished, but folded, as though space had forgotten what shape a vehicle was supposed to have. They didn't stop until they reached the water. The canal reflected nothing, just a flat darkness where light refused to stay. Felix bent double, breathing hard. The protagonist stood still, the box pressed against his chest. The hum subsided. The night returned, mostly normal, almost convincing. Felix wiped his face. "They'll track us." "They'll try." "Where now?" "North," the protagonist said, looking at the faint current of the canal, which seemed to flow both directions at once, to where the cracks began. He turned toward the road, the faint sound of trains far in the distance. Not reachable, but audible enough to remind them that the world still pretended to function. Above the rooftops, clouds were gathering again, and in their shifting gray a pattern appeared. 3 small circles, aligned vertically, fading as the wind tore them apart. They walked toward the edge of the city, without looking back. Chapter 10. Static over the spree. They crossed the city before dawn, moving through streets that looked emptied of sequence. Traffic lights blinking to no rhythm, trams frozen mid-track, advertisements looping their last 3 seconds forever. Berlin at 4 a.m. had always been strange, but never this kind of strange. Felix drove an old Volvo that belonged to nobody. The dashboard lights flickered every few minutes, a Morse code the car hadn't learned to control. The radio hissed without signal. Sometimes, when he switched it off, the hiss grew louder. The box lay on the back seat, swaddled in the copper mesh. Every so often, the protagonist glanced behind him to make sure it hadn't moved. It hadn't, yet the mesh sometimes shifted, tightening as if something underneath was breathing. They passed the Fernsehturm, its needle cutting through low fog like a compass, searching for a direction that no longer existed. Felix's hands were steady on the wheel, but his knuckles had gone white. "What's the plan after Oranienburg?" he asked. "Find where the cracks began," the protagonist said. "That's not a plan. That's scripture." He didn't answer. The road ahead was a tunnel of sodium light. They drove north for 30 minutes before Felix noticed the static. It wasn't the radio anymore. It was in the air, a faint shimmer that buzzed just below hearing, filling every gap between sounds. He turned off the headlights. The hum stayed. "Feel that?" "Yes," the protagonist said. "What is it?" "Transmission." "From where?" "Not where. When." Felix almost laughed, but the sound that came out wasn't laughter. He tightened his grip on the wheel. The static rose and felt like breathing. Street signs blurred as if written on liquid. When they passed under a bridge near Wedding, the metal beam sang with interference, a clear, almost human tone. Then, for 3 seconds, all the city lights went out. Total dark. No cars, no lamps, no skyline. Just the gray glow of the fog itself. When they returned, something had changed. Felix didn't see it at first, but the protagonist did. In the reflection of the rear window, a figure stood on the bridge they had just passed. Still vertical, watching. The outline was human, but wrong. Too symmetrical, too tall, proportions stretched like a drawing pulled upward by unseen hands. Where his face should have been, light refracted in 3 vertical points, not eyes, but apertures. He looked away, heart hammering. Felix noticed his expression. What? Don't look back. Why? Just don't. They drove another 5 kilometers before either of them spoke again. When they did, it was Felix. It's following, isn't it? Yes. What happens if we stop? I don't know, the protagonist said. Maybe it stops too. Maybe we disappear and something else keeps going. Felix glanced at the side mirror, and for a heartbeat his reflection wasn't his own. 3 faint points of light across his forehead, vanishing when he blinked. He wiped a hand across his face, leaving a faint gray smear on his skin. The static thickened. By sunrise, they reached the northern edge of the city. The spree widened there, sluggish and cold, bordered by abandoned warehouses that smelled of iron and algae. Felix pulled the car behind one of them. A red brick factory whose windows were mostly broken and whose sign had been stripped long ago. This'll do, he said. Nobody comes here unless they're lost. Then we fit in. They carried their things inside, bags, cables, the wrap box. The air smelled of dust and old machines. Faded graffiti covered the walls. Shapes and symbols overlapping, half of them in languages that looked invented. One image, near the far window, stopped the protagonist. 3 circles. Perfectly vertical. Drawn decades ago, but fresh as if painted yesterday. Felix, he called. Felix was setting up the generator, an old diesel unit from the back of the car. What is it? He pointed. Felix stared. That's impossible. It's been here. Or it's been everywhere. They unwrapped the box. The copper mesh came away easily, falling into folds like exhausted fabric. The lid of the box was cold, too cold for metal. A thin mist seeped from its edges, smelling faintly of ozone and rain. Felix hesitated. Before we open it, if something happens, we log it. Always log it. Observation, reaction, recovery. That's how we stay sane. The protagonist nodded. You still think sanity's an option? Until it's not. He opened the box. The stone inside no longer looked like stone. Its surface had deepened, darkened, as though filled with moving clouds. The faint geometric traces, those frost-like lattices, now pulsed gently, rearranging themselves. Felix started the recorder. Time 0924. Subject exhibits sustained luminescence. Ambient temperature dropping. The hum of the generator faltered, caught itself, then steadied. The sound around them changed, not louder, but wider. Every corner of the warehouse began to echo, as if the air had acquired new dimensions. Felix's recorder clicked off by itself. He frowned, tried to restart it. Nothing. The battery light was on, but dead. It's drawing power, he said. The protagonist took a step back. The mist around the box condensed, forming a faint silhouette. Human, almost. It flickered, then solidified just enough to cast a shadow. Felix whispered, "Do you see that?" "Yes." The figure turned its head toward them. 3 vertical lines of light blinked once. Not eyes, but awareness. Then the voice came, not through ears, but through the shape of the room. "You brought me where I was made." Felix stumbled backward. "Who? What?" "I am not who. I am when." The figure moved, or rather, space around it bent, folding itself like paper. The stone vibrated on the table, gray light pulsing in rhythm. The city remembers. The cracks began beneath its river. The protagonist took a step forward despite himself. The spree, The light flared, then dimmed. Follow the current. When it stops flowing, you will find the first sleep. Then the figure collapsed inward. Light imploding, mist scattering like dust. Silence followed. Only the slow ticking of cooling metal filled the room. Felix stared at the empty space where the apparition had been. Did we just... Yes, the protagonist said. We met it. Felix ran a hand through his hair. You're sure it wasn't? It knew. He pointed to the graffiti. It knew where it came from. Felix looked again at the wall, then at the spree visible through the broken windows. The river glimmered faintly, its surface rippling with a rhythm too deliberate to be natural. We follow the current, Felix said, like it told us. And if it's leading us into the cracks? Felix gave a small, tired smile. Then we'll finally see what's underneath the city. They packed again, slower this time, careful not to let the stone touch air for too long. When they stepped outside, the morning had turned unnaturally bright, a flat, overexposed light that erased shadows. The spree waited, silent and opaque. Above the water, far off near the opposite bank, something glimmered, 3 points of light in perfect vertical alignment, watching them without moving. Felix lifted the camera, aimed, clicked once. When he checked the display, there was nothing there, only the river, and behind it, a city beginning to remember its own fractures. Chapter 11. The Man in Glass. Felix didn't trust cameras. He trusted what they failed to do. Back in the warehouse by the river, he set the tripod on a patch of intact concrete, framed the broken windows, and tried not to think about the way light had behaved like a nervous animal since dawn. The protagonist stood near the table with the box swaddled in copper mesh, one hand on the strap, as if a stronger grip could change the nature of the object inside. Hold there, Felix said. 2 minutes. If you see anything, don't move. He let the camera roll. No fancy profiles, no compression tricks. Just a clean feed that would be harder to accuse of magic later. The microphone drew a quiet graph of the room. No generator now, no fridge hum, no city density. Only the spree's slow breath and the occasional grit fall from the rusted rafters. At 1:49, he saw it, only because he was watching the glass instead of the scene itself. In the tall window left of center, a vertical smudge where reflection should have been crisp. He held his own breath, without meaning to. The smudge lifted, elongated, and resolved into suggestion of a figure that did not occupy the room. 3 small points of light arranged like vertebrae rows where a face should have been. The figure looked toward the protagonist, without moving. Felix kept recording. The figure remained. The room did not react. At 2 minutes, he clicked stop, checked the file, and scrolled frame by frame. Look. They huddled over the screen. In real space, the window held only gray river and scarred sky. In the recording, the pane possessed a second life, and in that life, a third presence leaned closer to the other two. It was almost polite, the way it observed, as if waiting to be acknowledged under rules the room didn't know. The protagonist's voice came low. He was here. Felix shook his head. He is here. Or was... For the camera, which isn't the same thing. He ran the clip again, slower. Each time the light points aligned, the pixels around them seemed to remember a better resolution, and then forget, as if image quality itself were a negotiable fact. Watch this, Felix said. He scrubbed backward to the beginning and split the screen in two. Left panel, a live feed. Right panel, the recording. He hit play simultaneously. In the live view, empty glass. In the recording, the third figure, patient, composed, tilted its head, and the tilt arrived 3 frames before the protagonist shifted the weight of his own. A call and response with time misfiled in the archive of the moment. The protagonist rubbed at his forearm, as if something cold had looked there. You said surfaces lie. I said they tell the truth we're not in, Felix said. He copied the file to 3 separate cards, labeled each in thick block letters, and dropped them into different pockets. Insurance against the way evidence liked to edit itself around B12. Let's try mirrors, he said. They scavenged the factory's remains. In what may once have been a foreman's office, they found a small square mirror with a half-cracked corner. Felix propped it on a crate opposite the window and aimed the camera to catch both. The window's view and the mirror's refusal to accept it. "Same again," Felix said, and hit record. For almost a minute, nothing but air learning how to be air. Then the mirror bloomed gray from within, like paper soaking water. The reflection did not show the room. It showed the spree from a slightly different angle, a vantage point a human neck could not assume. Across that river surface walked the silhouette of a man too tall for streets and not quite jointed correctly. His three-light face angled down, as if memorizing the river sequence. In the window, no one. In the mirror, a visitor. In the camera, both. Felix whispered, "It's triangulating." "Who is?" "The third," Felix said. "Or the camera. Or the part of us that believes in triangulation." The mirror's surface jittered, then corrected. For a second, the image slid and caught, not because the mirror moved, but because whatever use it did. A fine fissure traced the glass, inching like frost, and stopped just shy of the crack already there from decades of ordinary accidents. Felix killed the recording and set the mirror face down with care, as if it might teach the floor bad habits if it kept looking. They took a breath that finally reached the bottom of the lungs. "New rule," Felix said. "We cover glass." "With what?" "There's nothing here." "Paint," Felix said, already moving. He found an old tin under a desk half rotted by damp. Inside, enough matte black to turn windows into night. We need light discipline. If it can enter through reflection, we give it no doors. They worked fast, rolling darkness up the panes until the river became a rumor, and the interior took the shape of a bunker that liked being a bunker. Felix left one narrow slit near the far corner, where he could watch the spree, without the warehouse watching him back. When the last stroke dulled the last rectangle, the room changed. The static, constant since dawn, softened into a pressure you could ignore if you lied to yourself. The protagonist checked the mesh wrap box. Cold, quieter, if quiet could be a property of stone. Felix set the camera on the table, opened the files, and went to work where he felt most himself, extracting patterns from a way matter made mistakes. He keyed in a script to overlay the spectrogram from last night's RF recording with the audio track of the video. 17 minutes of hiss, creak, and the river's patient arithmetic resolved into a field of lines. Nested between harmonics his ear had given up on, a pattern reappeared. 3, 5, 3, quietly stubborn. Felix slowed the playback to a quarter speed. The river hiss rose half a step, then 2. He cut the band around 18 hertz, inverted the phase, and mixed it into the mid-range at low gain. Words did not appear. Something like grammar did. The protagonist leaned in. "What does it say?" "Everything says nothing until you get lonely enough," Felix said, regretting the bitterness in his throat. He pointed to the peaks. "Intervals. They keep coming back. If you stack these pulses, you get a geometry." The protagonist's finger hovered above the screen, tracing the peaks in air. "A ladder. A vertebrae," Felix said, thinking of the 3 points along the knot-facing window. "A way of linking rooms." He explored the composite as spree bridge comms, 0-1 wave, and saved copies to redundant places. He had learned his lesson. Instruments did not like witnesses. They ate stale crackers that could have been any century's stale crackers. The warehouse acquired the soft acoustics of concentration. Pages turned, keys tapped, a human throat deciding whether water was necessary. Felix opened his notebook and wrote in block capital letters, because cursive looked guilty on days like this. Mirrors decoupled. Camera. Predictive/retrospective. Desync. Window glass. Access port. RF 18 Hz plus high harmonics equals lattice/grammar. B. 12 equals emitter plus receiver. Third equals observer state. He underlined observer twice and put the pencil down hard enough to hear with protest. "Listen," the protagonist said. Felix stilled. Not the hum. Not even the river. A sound like distant glassware chiming in a room 2 floors below the earth. The kind of sonority buildings have when they remember they were sand. It repeated once, twice. And on the third, Felix realized it was not sound at all, but pressure calibrated for human fear. 3 points of pale light bled through the black paint on the far window, like stars insisting on a bad sky. "Don't move," Felix said, as if motion were the sin. He reached for the cloth, draped it over the pane. The points persisted through the fabric, unbothered by pigment or thread count. "Let it," the protagonist whispered. "If it wants to be seen, it wants us to know it can." Felix swallowed against a throat that preferred not to. "We're not prey. We might be audience." The points shifted in a motion that wanted to be a nod. The cloth went dark. The pressure left like a tide, convinced to be patient. Felix let out the breath he'd misfiled. "We have to move," he said. Stain gave it architecture. "The city will keep offering us mirrors to get through." "Where?" "The river said to follow it." Felix said before remembering rivers did not speak. He glanced at the slit of unpainted glass. The Spree's surface jittered and smoothed and jittered again in a way no wind had caused. "When the current stops, we find a first sleep. That's upstream," the protagonist said. "We go where it begins to pretend it's not moving. An intake gate, a culvert, the old locks, the hospital," the protagonist said, surprising them both. Felix turned. "What?" "Nicolas, the old campus by the canal. They rerouted a feeder through the hospital sub-basement in the 40s to cool equipment that didn't officially exist. If there's a place the river pretends not to move, it's there." "Your memory just did archaeology I've never seen you do," Felix said. "It wasn't memory," the protagonist said. "It was given." Felix didn't ask by whom. The answer had 3 small lights for eyes and like reflections. They packed again, which felt like prayer now. "Wrap, tape, check again." Felix took the mirror and smashed in the cloth, so it would not teach air how to be a door. He sealed the fragments in a canvas pouch and marked it evidence with a marker that still believed in the concept. Outside, noon had decided to be a colorless idea. The factories along the Spree wore their bricks like history that had started to molt. Felix loaded the car. The protagonist slid into the passenger seat with the box secured by the mesh and a seatbelt, because ritual also persuaded nerves. They drove south, river left, keeping the streets no navigation app would prefer. Traffic existed as proof the city still remembered its job. People walked dogs. Cyclists miscalculated brakes. A woman scolded a child at a crosswalk and then kissed the top of his head, because scolding had been enough. At a red light, Felix watched the glass of a bus stop shelter. In it, their car did not exist. A black Volvo-shaped absence occupied the lane where he drove. He looked away and did not tell the protagonist. At Hermannplatz, the lights failed in a cascade. 1, 2, 3, then returned unrepentant. They cut through side streets until the former hospital complex rose ahead. Bricks the color dried blood, windows that had learned abandonment, a courtyard choked with plants that made their own rules. A sign announced redevelopment plans and deadlines the city had lied to itself about for years. Someone had spray-painted a single word across the ghost of a door, Dormeyer. Felix recognized Aladdin he didn't know he recognized. Sleep? They parked beneath a chestnut tree that had refused to die, and thus earned a sanctity none of the buildings possessed. The air smelled of wet stone and medicinal ghosts. They loaded themselves like mules. Camera, recorder, flashlights that would betray them, coil of mesh, coil of rope, a thermos of coffee they would forget. The box weighed more than physics argued for. The main entrance gave immediately. The collapse of locks that had maintained pretense for decades. Inside, corridors tuned to a key that metal sings when it has been dissatisfied for too long. The floor tiles cracked in tessellations that would have impressed an engineer. The paint peeled in scrolls that suggested a language a patient had once written with their fingernail. "Basement," Felix said, then the sub-basement. They descended. Temperature fell, not just air, but the idea of air. The flashlight beams fuzzed as if humidity had become particulate enough to be a medium someone else preferred. Felix counted landings because numbers remained loyal even when light did not. In the first basement, rooms had been stripped to brick and pipe. In the second, brick became stone that remembered when it had been riverbed. The hum returned, a low-grade presence. B. 12 answered with a small pulse against mesh. Nothing dramatic. Polite the way thunder is polite across a mountain range. Left. the protagonist said, surprising himself again. They turned. A corridor with an arched ceiling led deeper than the architect had intended. Along one wall, heavy doors without handles. Along the other, blank plaster scarred by rectangular absences where plaques had once declared purpose. At the end, a metal gate whose bars bulged outward, the way metal does when something that isn't pressure is pressed. Felix expected a lock. There wasn't one. The gate opened on a room that had tried to be two rooms at once. Brick cut across stone. Stone refused. In the middle stood an industrial intake the size of a truck tire, a circular mouth rimmed with corroded steel, guarded by a rusted grid. Water sounded inside it, not flowing, not still, a peristalsis that belonged to something living and slow. The mesh around B, 12 vibrated in a 3, 5, 3, unembarrassed. Felix set the camera on a crate. That was probably a crate, and let it witness. He moved to the intake and held the light across the grid. In the dark behind it, not water, depth, a smooth plane that ate illumination, and returned it slightly salted with other places. Elsewhere, the protagonist said, it wasn't a question. The intake exhaled. The room breathed with it. Felix panned the light along the rim. Numbers stamped when numbers still meant accountability. 1942 overstruck by 1953, and again by a number that did not belong to any calendar, a symbol like 3 small circles stacked among half-legible digits. Someone had tried to claim this place 3 times and failed the 4th without admitting it. A shadow moved in the beam, not attached to a body. Felix flinched. The light trembled. The shadow corrected itself in sympathy, as if remembering etiquette. Then a slim phenomenon. In the reflection along the intake's wet steel, a man stood where no man could. 2 tall, patience arranged into shoulders, 3-point humming in a face that had chosen not to be one. He raised his hand. Not a gesture threat, but a greeting that understood how humans needed agreements to anchor fear. Felix did not raise his own. He kept the light steady. The camera read, "That's small and honest." The figure's voice came from the intake, and from the mesh, and from the memory of windows. First sleep, first crossing. Do not wake what remembers its first shape without a second to hold it. What does that mean? Felix asked, because questions made him brave even when answers undid him. You taught it a ladder, the voice said. Now it counts the rungs. Felix's chest tightened with the understanding that felt like a misfiled grief. The 3-5, 3 was not a password. It was an invitation, a way to give rhythm to a door. The protagonist stepped closer to the intake. If we lower it, if we let it sleep here, will it wake where you are? The lights did not flicker. The building did not argue. The river behind the wall gave a small, decisive pulse, as if a city's blood had found a valve. It will wake where you are not, the voice said, and you will be where you can be. Felix glanced at the mesh-wrapped box, then at the grid. He imagined the copper, the tape, the towel, and the lid becoming part of an equation the room already knew how to solve. We can't just drop it into a municipal ghost and hope the paperwork smiles. Everything is a municipal ghost, the protagonist said, and Felix almost smiled in spite of the cold. He checked the grid. Bolts rusted the suggestion. Space between bars too narrow for the box and too narrow for what he suspected to be. 12 technically was. Then he saw it. Along the lower right quadrant, the metal had warped inward, 3 shallow dimples in a vertical line. A key made by neither hand nor tool. Felix set the camera to continuous and pulled a small pry bar from his bag, because archaeologists are honest thieves. He wedged it under the lip and leaned with the persuasion of someone willing to injure the present to liberate the past. The bar slid, then bit, then groaned, metal remembering it could be different metal. The warped section surrendered a hand's width. Enough. Ready? He asked. No, the protagonist said, tightening his grip. They knelt, together, like people lowering a sleeping child into water. They eased the wrapped box toward the gap. The mesh thrummed once, a low alarm that recognized ceremony, then settled into quiet of committed acts. As the box met the threshold, every glass surface in the building, every window upstairs, every bulb's envelope, every lens that had been forgotten for decades, rang a pure tone no ear could have invented. The camera died and kept recording. The flashlight dimmed, and the room learned to see without it. "Don't let go," Felix said, his voice a line he trusted with weight. They held. The intake breathed in. The box slipped, then wedged, then pulled like a tide's small insistence. The hum rose. The 3 dimples along the grid brightened and sent their small message into bones of the gate. "Now," the protagonist said, and they released. The box vanished soundlessly into a depth not commensurate with the geometry of the opening. The hum ended with an exhale that felt like relief attached to sorrow. The mesh tails along their wrists slithered free and fell into their hands, warm as if they had held a living thing. Silence. Real silence. The kind that belongs to rooms that have agreed to keep a secret. "Is it asleep?" Felix asked. The intake did not answer. The voice did not return. Only the faint movement of air that corridors learn when they have accepted a new permanent. Felix checked the camera. The red light glowed against the dead screen. He touched it and felt a small residual warmth that wasn't electronics. "Let's go," he said, because staying would turn the room into a church. They retraced their steps through corridors that behaved, up stairs that remembered being stairs, past doors that once had labels and now only had the idea of purpose. Outside, the afternoon had developed shadows again. Cars existed. People existed. The world had decided, for the moment, to be the world. In the car, Felix set the dead camera in the footwell and buckled it with an absent tenderness. The protagonist leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes as if convincing a muscle to remain property. "Do you feel it?" Felix asked. "Yes." "What?" "Less," the protagonist said. Then, after a pause, "And more." Felix turned the key. The Volvo's engine woke with a cough older than some nations. He checked the rear view out of habit and saw the hospital's facade framed in glass. In the mirror, a tall figure stood in the courtyard, just beyond where the chestnut's branches wrote their restless scripture. 3 points of light greeted him with the smallest inclination. He refused to look back. He eased the car into motion. At the corner, the radio, which had been dead all day, found a signal the city did not advertise. A man's voice, thin with distance, spoke a language that was mostly numbers. Felix listened. 3, 5, 3, then a 4th interval that did not fit, a curve half-drawn, waiting for completion. The protagonist opened his eyes. "That's new." Felix nodded. "It learned a rung we didn't give it." They drove toward the river, without discussing what they had decided. Behind them, the hospital kept its doors, and beneath it the intake learned to keep a breath. The mirror held the figure until the angle broke. Then it held only Felix's pale face and the honest, ordinary city washing past. Traffic lights that believed in sequence, pedestrians who believe in crossings, a sky beginning to reassemble weather without hidden clauses. Only when they reached the spree did Felix permit himself to name the thing he had not said. "If it sleeps where we put it," he said, "it wakes where we're going." The protagonist did not argue. They followed the water. Somewhere upriver, something waited that had been patient for 80 years and was done with patience. And for the first time since the stone had entered their lives, the city's glass did not answer back. Chapter 12. The Empty Hospital. They returned to Nook on Long after midnight. The city had begun to behave like a patient in relapse. Trembling, lucid one moment, delirious the next. Streetlights flickered in synchronized intervals. 3 long pulses, 5 short, 3 again. Traffic signals changed color without warning. And somewhere in the distance, a tram screeched and kept screeching long after it should have stopped. Felix drove without headlights for long stretches, relying on the pallid glow of other failures. The radio, though switched off, whispered through the vents, fragments of German, then Italian, then something that didn't belong to any grammar at all. Between bursts of static, a thin voice repeated, "Non lasciarlo dormire, non lasciarlo dormire." The protagonist closed his eyes, head against the window, feeling the vibration of those words through the glass rather than through his ears. He had begun to recognize the difference. The voice came from the air itself, from the city's breath. They reached the complex around 1:10. The chestnut tree in the courtyard stood motionless in the wind, its leaves coated in silver dew that caught the weak streetlight like frost. The brick facade of the hospital rose against a sky without depth, every window opaque. Felix parked beneath an archway half swallowed by ivy. 15 minutes, he said, though both knew time and stopped obeying human math inside those walls. The protagonist glanced at the word across the entrance. Dormeyer. It looked different now. Darker, swollen. The paint still wet though it hadn't rained in hours. Felix brushed his fingers across it, then drew back quickly. "It's cold," he whispered, like touching glass from the wrong side. They stepped through the entrance. The smell hit immediately, rust, disinfectant, and something organic that shouldn't have survived this long. The floor tiles glistened as if the building had been sweating. Overhead, the light fixtures sparked one after another, awakening down the hall in a wave that moved toward them. "Power grid's dead." Felix murmured, "That's not electricity." "Then what?" "Memory." They followed the corridor that led to the main stairwell. Posters in German still clung to the walls. Faded warnings about contagion, rationing, air raids. Some had been crossed out with a single black line. On one, someone had scrawled in pencil, "Sie schlafen an 10." "They sleep below." The phrase struck both men at once. Felix swallowed. He knew about it. Serafini? Or whoever stayed after him. They descended carefully, the air thickening with each step. The beam of Felix's flashlight trembled over walls that had begun to curve slightly inward, as though the building were folding around them. On the second landing, a door stood open. A small metal plaque above it read, "Archive, Geheim/access restricted." The room inside was a ruin, cabinets overturned, film reels scattered across the floor like spilled intestines. But among the debris, a single filing cabinet remained upright, its drawer welded shut by time and rust. Felix levered it open with his knife. Inside, a single glass vial sealed with wax, containing a rolled strip of magnetic tape. The label, barely legible under mold, read, "Protocol B, 12/14.11.42, M. Serafini." He held it up to the light. Sound recording. Italian engineer, maybe? Or translator. The protagonist said, "Play it." Felix hesitated. If it survived this long, it might survive one more listen. He unspooled a short section and threaded it through his portable player, a clumsy field recorder that whined as it turned. The tape hissed. Then, faintly, a voice, male Italian, exhausted. "Mi hanno detto di restare, di vegliare. Dicono che si dorm, si risveglia altrove. Ma non capiscono che il sonno non è fine, e passaggio. Io lo vedo, ante dietro gli occhi. Tre luci, sempre tre." Then static, then a sound like water striking stone. Felix's hand shook. That voice! He knew. The protagonist whispered. He understood the cycle. Another sound rose from the tape, something rhythmic, metallic, not quite human. 3 impacts, then 5, then 3 again. The recorder's battery drained instantly. Felix tore the tape free. The magnetic strip had darkened, burned along one edge. "It's still transmitting," he said softly, "after 80 years. They pressed on toward the lower levels. The walls here were unpainted, sweating moisture. Every surface felt faintly magnetic. Their footsteps came back to them delayed, as though someone else was walking a second later, imitating them. At the bottom, the corridor forked. To the right lay the intake chamber. To the left, an open door emitted a faint glow. Felix turned his light that way. Inside was a narrow ward, 6 beds, rusted frames, sheets petrified by time. A single lamp buzzed weakly above the far wall, and under it, a desk. On the desk, a notebook half consumed by mold. Felix brushed away the surface grime with his sleeve. On the inside cover, a name written in looping formal script. Marco Serafini, Capitecnico Ausiliario, Reparto Progetti Speciali. He flipped a page. Most of the writing was illegible. Ink bled into a gray blur. But here and there, fragments emerged. 13 Audibra, Il Sassocana. Dicono che sai una radio del mondo di Sado. 17 Audibra. Ho sentito la voce attraverso il vetro dell'acqua. 21 Audiobook. Non dobbiamo più svegliarlo. Dobbiamo solo dormire con lui. Felix closed the notebook carefully, as if it might crumble from the sound of his breath. Dormire con lui, he repeated. Not guard it, sleep with it. He didn't mean rest. He meant containment by coexistence. The protagonist nodded slowly. The dream is a cage. A sudden vibration ran through the floor. Dust rained from the ceiling. From the direction of the intake chamber came a deep, steady sound, the heartbeat of something large turning in its sleep. Felix grabbed the recorder and the notebook. Move. They reached the gate. It was open wider than before. The metal bowed inward as if pressed from the other side. Water shimmered beyond, silver and unmoving. Then the light changed. The reflection on the surface rearranged itself into the suggestion of a face. The features were vague, translucent, but human enough to know that it had once been. Serafini stood beyond the grate, though he did not stand on anything. His form wavered like heat over asphalt. He wore what remained of an engineer's uniform. Insignia stripped, buttons arranged in threes. Across his chest hung a rusted badge bearing the faded letter B. The three lights that had haunted them pulsed faintly where his eyes should have been. Felix raised his torch. Signor Serafini? The apparition inclined its head, a gesture painfully slow, as if remembering how bodies worked. Non dovevano svegliarlo, it said. The voice was hollow, yet the words were clear. Io ho dormito per tenerlo fermo. Voi avete perdo il sogno. Felix stammered. We try to put it back. Non basta. Ogni volta che il mondo dimentica, lui si move. Io sono rimasto nel mezzo per cantare I respiri. The protagonist stepped closer. What is it? Il primo sono, the figure said. Il respiro tra due. Berlino e castrata su quel fiato. The surface of the water shimmered again. Behind Serafini, shapes moved, outlines of other figures suspended in the depth, unmoving but aware. Felix whispered, How do we keep it asleep? Devit sogner con lui, ma sogner costa. Then Serafini raised his hand. 3 bright points flared along his palm, drawing a familiar sequence. 3, 5, 3, and then a curve beneath it. La cava e la chiave. Quando l'acqua si piega, seguit la piega. The air pressure changed. The walls creaked inward. A sound like tearing fabric filled the corridor. Felix grabbed the protagonist's arm. We have to go. But before they could move, Serafini's form flickered violently. The lights behind him scattered into the water like droplets of mercury. The reflection on the surface fractured, one image becoming many, each out of sync by fractions of a second. Non lasciarlo dormire solo. The voice said one last time. Sogna con lui, o sognati. Then the light vanished. The chamber plunged into darkness. The hum that had been background to everything ceased. For a terrifying instant, there was nothing, not sound, not breath, not heartbeat. Then the building exhaled. A gust of cold air surged from the intake, sweeping dust and fragments of paper up the stairs like ash. Felix stumbled backward, dragging the protagonist toward the exit. Behind them, the grate slammed shut with metallic wail. They ran. Corridors stretched and shrank as though the architecture itself were undecided about its proportions. Doorways appeared where walls had been. Hallways looped into themselves. Once, they passed the same overturned gurney twice in succession, without realizing it, until Felix cursed and struck it aside. When they burst through the main entrance, rain was falling, heavy metallic, tasting faintly of iron. The chestnut tree gleamed under the streetlight. For a moment, Felix thought he saw Serafini standing beneath it, eyes of light steady and calm. Then the figure dissolved into the rain. The word Dormire across the doorway now glowed faintly in the dark, as if backlit from within. Felix whispered, he stayed. The protagonist answered, he's still staying. They reached the car, drenched and shivering. The notebook in Felix's jacket radiated a faint warmth, like a living pulse. When he opened it, he found a new line written beneath the last. Quando il sogno finis, ricomincia altrove. The handwriting was not his. Felix stared until the letters began to blur. It's rewriting itself. The protagonist turned the ignition. The engine hesitated, then caught. So are we. As they drove away, the hospital loomed in the mirror, its windows flickering on one by one in perfect rhythm. 3, 5, 3, and the final curve flare of fourth that lingered before extinguishing. Felix didn't look back again. The rain on the windshield formed patterns he recognized but couldn't name. They crossed the canal, and for a heartbeat the reflection of the car on the water showed 3 figures inside. Then the ripples took them. Chapter 13. All frequencies open. Berlin woke wrong. The dawn didn't arrive so much as restart. From the south windows of the apartment blocks along Karl-Marx-Strasse, light poured and then retreated, pulsing in intervals that no natural sunrise would obey. Tram lines hummed even when empty. The spree glimmered like liquid mercury, still refusing to reflect. At 6:17, all cell towers within a 10-kilometer radius went dark. Radios defaulted to static, then synchronized into a single low frequency that vibrated through pipes, air vents, even the fillings in people's teeth. No news bulletins followed, no emergency alerts. Just a rhythm. 3, 5, 3, curve, repeated until it became breathing. Felix had not slept. Neither had the protagonist. They'd left the hospital behind them like a sealed wound, but its pulse had followed into the city. They found temporary refuge in an abandoned broadcasting substation near Tempelhof, a relic from when East and West had still argued about who was allowed to speak. The building stood squat and anonymous, graffiti-coated, its windows patched with sheet metal. Inside, dust, cables, and the faint metallic tang of old electricity. Felix carried the notebook and the burned reel of tape, as if both might decide to ignite again. The protagonist, silent, set the mesh-wrapped stone on a concrete table in what had once been the control room. For the first time in hours, the static receded, not gone, but listening. Felix unpacked the portable receiver, the one piece of equipment that still worked after the hospital. He extended the antenna and swept the dial. Every frequency responded. AM, FM, shortwave, VHF, all identical. A voice not human, flattened into modulation. Curve, curve. He lowered the volume. It's broadcasting from everywhere. The protagonist turned to the window. Outside, the streets were empty of traffic, but full of motion. Street lamps bending toward one another like mechanical heads in conversation. Power lines trembling without wind. What's it saying, he asked. Nothing. Everything. It's using us as carrier signal. Felix started connecting what remained of the generator, feeding just enough power to the transmitter rack to wake its dead lights. Old meters twitched, needles jerking in rhythm with a city-wide pulse. He spoke without looking up. In 1942, they used this network to send coded weather reports to submarines. Then they shut it down because of unidentified interference. Guess what frequency? 18 hertz. The protagonist said automatically. Felix smiled thinly. You're learning. The copper mesh began to tremble. The box beneath it exhaled a faint mist that smelled of wet stone. The static inside the room shifted pitch. Don't touch it, Felix warned. Let's see if it's resonating or transmitting. The protagonist leaned closer, anyway. The mist curled upward, tracing faint patterns in the air, circles connected by invisible geometry. The same curve that Serafini had drawn now repeated itself above the stone, like a diagram being written by the room. He stayed to count the breaths. The protagonist murmured. He said that. Felix adjusted the receiver. The pattern stabilized. The static folded into low harmonic tones, almost music. He turned a knob. A faint human voice emerged through the interference. Female, tired but steady. If you can hear this, stay below ground. Don't go near reflective surfaces. They are open. We are all transmitters now. The protagonist stared. Who is she? Felix shook his head. Could be anyone, or everyone. The voice continued, distorted by the bandwidth collapse. They say the cracks began under the river, but they were always in us. 3-5-3 curve. If you sleep, you wake where the city dreams you. The transmission cut abruptly. Silence filled the room like gas. Then from the speakers, a new sound. Footsteps, close, deliberate. Felix spun toward the doorway. Empty. But across the glass partition that separated the control booth from the recording room, a faint outline moved, human in shape, blurred at the edges, as if reality hadn't quite committed to rendering it. 3 faint points of light across the face. Felix froze. The protagonist whispered, "Don't move. It's on the other side." The figure leaned closer to the glass. The pane fogged from the inside, forming words in condensation. "We hear you." Then 3 dots, 5 dashes, 3 dots again. The glass cracked along the curve. Felix backed away slowly. "That's not Serafini." "No," the protagonist said. "That's..." The hum in the walls intensified. One by one, the old broadcast lights flickered back to life, red, amber, green, syncing perfectly with the rhythm. Equipment that had been dead for decades began to function. Every gauge and meter displayed the same symbol, 3 vertical lines with a curve beneath. Felix flipped a switch. The nearest transmitter spat sparks and then steadied into a deep mechanical vibration. "Output's climbing," he muttered. "It's feeding through the network." To what? To itself. The air thickened. The sound rose beyond hearing, manifesting as pressure behind the eyes. The protagonist clutched the table. His vision split, the room doubling, tripling, each layer slightly delayed from the next. He saw himself 2, 3 copies, each holding the box in slightly different positions. One version of Felix stood motionless, staring straight into a reflection that no longer belonged to any mirror. Another Felix screamed without sound. "Stop it," he shouted. "Turn it off." Felix reached for the main breaker and slammed it down. The light died. The sound collapsed inward like a lung. The room steadied, reality stitching itself back together with the precision of a guilty craftsman. Only one Felix remained. Only one world. The protagonist sagged against the wall, breathing hard. What was that? Felix wiped sweat from his face. Feedback. Between systems. Between us. He checked the meters. The needles were still twitching, slowly now, but without power. "That's impossible," he whispered. Outside, the sky had turned the color of tarnished copper. A wind carried fragments of voices. Ordinary people speaking, shouting, laughing. But layered, overlapping, each echo slightly behind the next, as though the city were rehearsing its own dialogue. From somewhere deeper in the building came the sound of another transmitter booting up by itself. Felix grabbed a notebook, flipping to a blank page, and began to draw. Circles, lines, the curve. "We're inside a broadcast loop," he said. "It's using Berlin's infrastructure as an amplifier. Every phone line, every radio mast, every reflective surface, all part of one organism. Neural net," Felix said, "built from architecture and electricity instead of neurons." The protagonist stepped closer to the fog glass. "So the city's alive?" Felix hesitated. "Not alive. Aware." The copper mesh pulsed again. The stone surface turned translucent, showing for the first time what lay inside. A shifting image of streets, bridges, the river, a map of Berlin seen from beneath, veins of light tracing the water's path. Felix's voice dropped to a whisper. "It's mirroring the grid." As they watched, the lines on the stone began to move, converging at a single point near the river's bend, where the old industrial docks met the government district. A mark appeared there, a spiral within 3 circles. Felix looked up. "That's where it's heading." The source? The next crack. They packed quickly. Felix shut down the remaining devices, though the hum continued, as if the building refused to accept dismissal. Outside, the air glowed faintly violet, pulsing in rhythm with the lights. When they reached the doorway, a new voice came through the receiver still hanging from Felix's shoulder. Low, male, distorted but intelligible. "You can't keep it asleep forever. The shadows learned to dream on its own." Then silence. Felix met the protagonist's eyes. "We're running out of time." The protagonist nodded. "Then we follow the map." They stepped into the street. Across the river, lightning fork without thunder, connecting 3 points in the sky like a signature. The city exhaled, long and slow, as if waking from a dream too deep to remember. Behind them, Every radio in Berlin, active or dead, switched on at once, flooding the night with the same message, repeated in every frequency, every language, every pitch. All frequencies open, and beneath it, softer, almost gentle, like a breath drawn through water. Don't let it sleep. Chapter 14. The disappearance of Felix Adler. They reached the docks of the bend where the spree slowed and widened, where the old industrial teeth of the city met the polished facades of power. The morning had the iron brightness of something freshly exposed. Fog thinned in long fingers off the water. The river itself seemed to move with intent. Its surface ridden with small eddies that turned in place like the hands of a clock that had given up measuring anything human. They parked in a lot reeking of tar and old promises, beneath a gantry that still remembered cranes. No cars moved, no pigeons pecked. Only the river worked, patient and indifferent. Felix moved with the economy of someone who had to think under pressure. Efficient hands, efficient breath. He carried the recorder in one hand, the ruined reel from the hospital in the other, and a compact array of sensors strapped to his chest like an altar. The protagonist walked slightly behind him. The satchel would be 12 slung across his ribs, as if the object needed to be felt against a living heart. "We follow the point," Felix said, voice clipped. "The map on the stone, it's converging here. Look for disturbances. Places where reflections hesitate." They crossed a courtyard where the puddles reflected two skies at once. Felix stopped by a shallow basin of oily water and set the small receiver on the lip. Its needles trembled without power. He flicked the device on. A whisper rose, not from the speaker, but from the metal body of the thing itself, a hum at the edge of thought. 3, 5, 3, he murmured, eyes scanning the far bank. And a curve. The curve should fall right about. He didn't finish. His lips pressed in. They climbed a set of metal steps to a level that had once been a loading platform. The buildings here were a patchwork of eras. One wall held a mural half effaced. 3 vertical circles, painted by a hand that had learned the symbol in a language other than fear. The protagonist traced the image without meaning to. Ink transferred onto his glove. People still put the marks up, he said. Little warnings or signatures. Or invitations, Felix said. Or both. They moved along the quay where the government district leaned across the river, like a neighbor who did not know how to be discreet. It was quiet in the way silence is when it's keeping notes. Felix checked his phone. The screen refused to commit to any network. He laughed softly, a sound without humor. Of course. At the far end of the quay, anonymous steps had been cut into the stone leading down to the river, a stair worn by boots and by time. The map on the stone had a notation here, a spiral within 3 circles, the same mark they had started to understand as a hinge point. Felix knelt and ran gloved fingers over the lip of the topmost step. The cold took the breath from his palm. Ripples, he said, out of phase by a fraction. See? He pointed to the faint halo in the water, where the current should have been smooth. The halo moved not with the river's flow, but tangentially, as if circling an absent axis. They set up near the bottom of the steps. Felix placed a recorder, the spare battery pack, and a small digital camera on a crate and secured them with cord. He put the mesh-wrapped box on a concrete slab and unusually stepped away, as if proximity might be contagious. "I'll film the intake," he said. "If something moves, I want a negative." The protagonist watched him work, the way Felix fastened the camera, checked the angles, calibrated the audio. There was a deliberation that looked like ritual, every motion a checkbox against catastrophe. Felix handed him a cable with a punctilious look. "If I go, pull the plug and record my last frame," he said quietly. "Otherwise, we'll have nothing but rumors." "Don't say that," the protagonist replied, but his voice was small enough to be the building's echo. Felix smiled, not something that reached his eyes. Plan for everything but the arrogance of hope. They set a perimeter of salt and wire, an improvised Faraday of sorts, and draped a strip of black cloth over a small reflective panel left by the port maintenance crew. The protagonist noticed, with a sudden skittishness, that every reflective surface within sight had a dullness to it now. Windows were matte. Puddles held their breath. The recorder whirred to life. Felix hit record, and then shot a slow, wide sweep of the camera over the water. For a moment, everything looked ordinary. A river, cranes, the camouflage of commerce. Then, as the lens passed a narrow cove where an old mooring post had been cut off, a figure resolved in the glass of a distant office tower, not reflected but present in the pane. A man standing in a room that had no occupant. His posture was correct. His hands were in his pockets. The top of his head was slightly too high for proportions of the frame. 3 vertical points of light lay across his face like pins in a map. Felix kept the camera steady. "Pause," he muttered. The protagonist felt the air tighten around his wrists. The figure tilted his head as if listening. In the viewer, the man's shoulders shifted. In the real quay before them, no sound corresponded. The man's mouth opened, forming a single syllable that did not travel out of glass. "Play it back," the protagonist whispered. Felix stilled. He rewound the tape, squeezed the play, and watched the image in slow motion. The man's lip movements synchronized with a faint, low frequency that had rubbed along the soles of their boots since morning. The syllables seemed to bind with the river's rhythm and then fold away. "Not a reflection," Felix said. "A projection. Or a capture." He tapped the recorder. The waveform traced a tremor that repeated every 3 seconds, then 5, then 3. They watched as a figure turned and, with a movement that looked impossibly slow, lifted a hand and pointed. Pointed not outward but inward, as if indicating a direction across the water that had no geography. The protagonist felt a prickle along his scalp. He looked where the glass man indicated, along the quay's lip, at the seam where cement had been poured decades ago. There, rusty and forgotten, a seam open like a mouth. A small line appeared where it had not been before. Felix crossed to it and crouched. He set a small borescope into the seam, the cable snaking into the dark. The screen in his palm showed only black and the occasional pulse of reflected light. Then a shimmer at the far end, a texture that moved against expectation. Not water, but a suggestion of something holding its shape. The borescope's microphone picked up a tone, low and insectal. "Is that breathing?" the protagonist asked, and the word sounded wrong the instant it was made of air. Felix's jaw worked. Or mimicry, or a memory that calls itself breath. He moved his hand away and, as if obeying a second will, the seam in the stone widened. The concrete sighed, a thing that sounded like apology. They both stepped back. "This is unstable," Felix said. "We should pull back." A sudden shout rose from the far end of the quay. Not human exactly, but an impression of shouting. A figure ran along the edge, clothes wrong for the time of day, hair plastered to head as if hurried out of fever. The man was unmistakable. Felix, moving with the same gait he had all his life, and yet wrong. The set of the shoulders too rigid, the hands moving in a fractionally delayed echo of the motions of Felix the protagonist had seen all morning. "No," the protagonist said. Felix looked toward the runner, then back to the camera. "That's not me," the runner said, breathless, the voice like gravel through a throat used to whispering. "He's where I was." Felix bolted. The two of them ran, boots slapping concrete, the sound panicked and pure. As they neared the runner, he stuttered and changed. The face blurred and broke into fragments, and for a beat the quay held 3 Felix forms in quick succession. The real man, the runner, and a third that was like a smear of light where a body should be. The protagonist reached out, fingers closing on fabric, and the runner's sleeve slid through his grasp as though the fabric had become smoke. The runner cried out, a sound like a distant bell, and then dissolved. The air where he had been held on to a faint residue, a scrap of paper that fluttered into the river. On its face, in handwriting Felix recognized, 3 numbers were scrawled. 3, 5, 3, and beneath them a curve drawn with an impatient hand. Felix doubled over, hands to his knees, panting. He said he began and could not finish. The protagonist watched the water where the paper had landed. It did not fall. The scrap of paper did not sink but hovered, turning slowly in place like a leaf trapped in an eddy. A small wave rose and folded over it, but the paper remained, stubborn and unsoaked. Then, in a movement too deliberate to be natural, the paper flipped and, as if obeying an invisible geometry, unfurled into the shape of a small book and then folded again in a way that mimicked breathing. Felix straightened. His eyes were flat. "We need to pull the plug," he said. Pull what plug? The protagonist asked. Disconnect anything that can be used as a carrier. Cameras, phones, radios, everything. He moved to the crate where the camera still hummed. His fingers found the cable. The protagonist watched him. The hum in the air rose, an appetite tightening. Felix pulled the cord. The camera died. The world, for a fraction of an instant, seemed to exhale. Then the quay changed in the way a theater changes when the set slips. Behind the warehouse, a shape uncoiled, a tall thing that looked for a human to copy. It turned its head. 3 points of light greeted them like an audience. Felix's mouth opened in a soundless shout. For a second, the protagonist thought he would run to him, grab him, and drag him away. Instead, Felix stepped forward. No, the protagonist said. Felix, don't. Felix's hand reached toward the tall thing as if to touch it, to prove it was matter and not the memory of matter. The tall thing's hand mirrored him, and the two hands almost met. At the moment their fingers would have touched, the light at the tall thing's face flared like a struck match. Felix's eyes widened. He shouted something, a name, a warning, that the protagonist could not place. Something like the syllable on the glass. The tall thing's body folded inward, not like someone closing, but like a page in a book being turned. There was a sound, a small perfect bell, and then nothing. Felix was gone, not in the sense of running away or hiding. Gone like a sentence removed from a page. The place where he had been held in no shape of a human, and the chill left in the air where his breath had been felt like a bruise. The protagonist stood frozen, fingers still on the cable. He looked at the tall thing. It was gone too. The quay as empty as a photograph where everyone had taken a copy and kept the original. Only the recorder on the crate blinked a slow red, still recording. He reeled forward and slapped a hand down to stop the device. He rewound. The tape chewed and fed and then offered him a handful of sound. The rush of wind, the distant echo of Felix's voice, and then, beneath the static, 3 small impacts in 5 and 3, and the whisper of something like a curved line being drawn. Then, a soft, clean phrase arrested on the ribbon of sound. Felix's voice clearer than the rest. He's where I was. The protagonist dropped to his knees. The satchel with the stone felt heavier than it had any right to be. He fumbled for his phone in his pocket out of reflex, though he knew the device would be dumb. The screen was blank, a mirror showing his face a fraction of an inch too many times. Above the quay, the sky moved as if a hand had tilted the world. 3 points of light traced their path again in perfect vertical alignment before sliding apart and disappearing into the river's fog. The protagonist closed his eyes. He tasted metal and salt and a memory that had not yet been written. He put a trembling hand against the concrete where Felix had last stood, fingers splayed on cold stone, and tried to remember the sound of his laugh. It came back as a fragment, a small bell not quite in tune. He picked up the recorder, then the reel from the hospital, and pressed play. Felix's voice filled the small space, layered now with something older and lower. He's where I was, repeated as if to teach him how to find a lost place. The quay behind him was empty. The river took the noise and smoothed it like a hand flattening dough. He slid down until he sat with his back against the crate and the sky above him a blank television. The stone in his lap throbbed with a slow, indifferent glow, a pulse that felt like a counting of ribs rather than a heart's. Felix had been part scientist and part stubborn human. Someone who believed that if you documented a thing carefully enough, you could keep it from changing you. Now the notes and the reels and the devices lay there like rituals that had failed. He pressed the edge of the reel to his lips and whispered into the tape as if the medium might hear him. Felix, where are you? If you can answer, say where. The tape whined. The water breathed. The city watched without looking. For a long time there was only the sound of his own voice and, beneath it, the faintest impression of another. Not a reply, not a name, but the sense that the river had decided to keep one more secret. Chapter 15. The third eye opens. Sleep did not come, not even as an insult. He sat on the floor of his apartment, back pressed against a radiator that hadn't worked in years, the recorder in his hands like a confession he didn't remember making. Berlin streetlights cast a lime-colored smear across the room. turning every surface into a ghost of itself. The satchel with the stone rested on the table, closed, and yet he could still feel the pulse through the canvas, steady as a heartbeat turned sideways. He replayed Felix's last words until they bled into the walls. He's where I was. Not gone. Not taken. Shifted. Memory or reality? The question gnawed his ribs from the inside. He dragged the recorder to the laptop and connected the cables with trembling fingers. The system recognized the device, then stalled. The screen flickered once, twice, then stabilized. A waveform appeared, ragged, uneven, trembling. He hit play. White noise spilled out like powdered bone. Then a shape formed in the sound, a rhythmic pulse, one he recognized. 3, 5, 3, the same pattern engraved on the stone's inner side. He leaned closer, eyes burning. Then, layered beneath the static, a voice emerged. Low, measured, not Felix. A voice speaking as if from the bottom of a well. The door opens when the witness fractures. His throat tightened. The breath he took tasted like rust. The waveform began to deform, bending out of its frame, as if responding to something not in the room. He stopped the playback. The apartment fell silent, too silent, like audio had been muted not by the speakers, but by the world. He stood, swaying. He needed answers. He needed someone who would believe him. The research wing of Humboldt University was still open, but barely. After-hours access required identification, but security protocols folded strangely around him now. Cameras lost focus when he walked past. RFID doors misread his badge as authorized despite its expiration date. Motion sensors ignored him like a rumor. He wasn't becoming invisible. He was becoming unacknowledgeable. Something was thinning him. He entered Archive Room 6B, storage for obsolete media. Microfilm, magnetic tape, reel-to-reel recorders. Felix had once joked that every university kept one room where time refused to update its operating system. Dust on every shelf. A dead wasp on the windowsill. Rows of stacked boxes labeled like tombstones. He found the logbook, columns of numbers and dates, each entry referencing acquisition, recording details, and something else. One column was labeled, Third Index. He ran his fingertip down the column. Next to several archive reels was a notation, B12. There was again the same marking from the stone. Not vitamin B12, not a storage room number, a classification. He traced a line across. Reel 1974. Source, field recording. Location, Regierungsviertel Docks, Spree Bend. Status, unauthorized listening prohibited. His throat tightened. The dock, the same place where Felix disappeared. He scanned the shelf. After 3 minutes, he found it. A thin gray box, brittle and water-stained. Inside a reel, nearly identical to Felix's. He threaded it into an archaic playback device, plugged headphones into the rusted port, and pressed play. At first, nothing. Then, breathing. Close, slow, human. A voice whispered, "If you are listening, you have already been seen." His blood froze. A pause. Then, clearly, unmistakably, "Do not look into reflections. They take inventory." He yanked the headphones off. On the reflective metal surface of the playback machine, the room stared back at him. Except not exactly. His reflection stood a fraction closer than his real body. The reflection's mouth was slightly open. He hadn't opened his. The reflection whispered, "Don't let it sleep." He slammed his fist against the machine. The reflection delayed, then caught up, a lag of 1 second. A human shouldn't lag. He stumbled back, knocking over a stack of boxes. The lights flickered. A draft swept through the archive despite the windows being sealed for decades. Metal groaned. Behind him, shelving rows shifted softly as if giving space. He turned, and there, between two aisles, stood a figure. Tall, motionless, face too smooth and too pale, like someone had forgotten to finish sculpting it. 3 points glowed faintly on its forehead. Not eyes, not lights, coordinates. He froze. The thing tilted its head. Not curious. Recognizing. He forced himself to step backward, keeping his focus on the silhouette. He reached the emergency exit, slammed the bar, and burst into the hallway. He didn't stop running until he hit the street. Outside, the city felt wrong. Shadows leaned in directions that wind couldn't explain. Streetlights buzzed with a quiet Morse code that mapped itself onto the same numbers from the stone. 353, a pattern repeating throughout the city. As if Berlin itself had become a circuit board, he pulled out his phone. No signal. The screen glitched and flashed. B. 12 / third witness engaged. He nearly dropped it. Something buzzed at the bottom of the screen. A message app opened without his touch. A new text appeared. Unknown sender. Stop looking. Another line. Unknown sender. You are thinning. His chest tightened. A third line appeared, slowly typing itself. Unknown sender. Felix is not gone. He is displaced. Then, after 3 blinking dots. If you cross again, you won't come back whole. He swallowed, throat dry. He typed with shaking fingers. Where is he? The reply arrived instantly. Unknown sender. He's where you were. He stared at those words. The same ones Felix said before vanishing. A bus rumbled past, its windows flashing like a ribbon of mirrors. In one pane, his reflection stared back. Only, there was someone standing behind him. Tall, still, 3 points of light glowing. He spun around. Nothing but the reflection remained. He walked home fast, breathing through panic, through adrenaline, through a sense of inevitability. Every reflective surface showed versions of him out of sync, slower or faster, or not breathing when he did. He reached his building. He inserted the key, pushed the door open, and stopped dead. The satchel was open. The stone was no longer inside. On the table, in its place, lay a sheet of paper, handwritten, sharpening strokes. 3 numbers. 353. Underneath it, 2 words. Let it sleep. He touched the paper. It was warm, as if it had just been held by a hand that didn't have a pulse. Chapter 16. The Archivist. The rain started before dawn. Not a storm. Storms had personality, a voice, a shape. This was different. This was steady, like a judgment. Thin drops struck the metal roof of the tram shelter with surgical rhythm, and the street around Hauptstrasse shimmered under the dull yellow of sodium lamps. He waited 30 minutes, then 40. He kept checking the address Felix had scribbled months earlier. Spreeradar, storage for Ask for Voss. It made no sense until tonight, when the unknown sender's messages led him here with a GPS pin that tracked nothing visible on satellite view, an industrial area whose tag location was simply blank. He adjusted the satchel strap on his shoulder. The stone wasn't there anymore, but he could still feel its absence. Like missing weight leaves a phantom pressure. A tram whined in the distance. Then strangled headlights appeared, not a tram, but a van. Matte black, unmarked, headlights taped in an X pattern. A thing built to be overlooked. It rolled toward him at a crawl, tires whispering on wet asphalt, until it stopped beside the shelter. The passenger window lowered halfway. A man in his late 40s leaned toward him, beard 2 days old, hair gone too early, eyes needle-sharp. Name, he said, Felix Adler. The protagonist answered on instinct. Wrong. The man's gaze hardened. The protagonist corrected himself. Sorry, his name was Felix Adler. Mine is... I don't care about yours. The man unlocked the passenger door. Get in. He hesitated. The man lifted his chin, studying him. There was no threat in his face, only exhaustion. You have the smell, he said. The what? People like you all have it. Static in the eyes and silence in the breath. Get in before they map the reflection of this glass. The protagonist opened the door. The van interior smelled faintly of dust and ozone. No clutter, just an array of analog equipment strapped to the walls with bungee cords. Cameras without lenses, reel decks, a handheld Geiger counter, a sonar microphone with wires tangled like veins. The man shifted into first gear and drove off without another word. The archivist, Felix had called him. Your name is Elia Voss, the protagonist said quietly. Voss didn't look at him. Names are invitations. To what? To be found. The van turned into a maze of tiny service roads, deeper into a district that didn't exist on any map. Warehouses with bricked-over windows, cyclopean concrete blocks covered in graffiti, razor-wire that gleamed like wet teeth. "You knew Felix," the protagonist said. Silence from Voss. "I need to know what's happening to him." Voss laughed once, humorless, as though the question were a wound reopening. "You don't want to understand what's happening. Understanding is the door. Curiosity is the hinge. Witnessing is the price." He shifted gears. "And you," he said, "are already in the doorway." They reached a facility that did not belong in Berlin. A radio observatory. Forgotten. Fenced off. Abandoned. At least on paper. 3 massive parabolic dishes towered against the rain, their rust turning the metal into reddish wounds. A faded Bundesadler was still visible on the chain-link gate, scratched and crossed out. The van rolled through a gap in the fence, tires crunching over broken glass. Voss shut off the engine. "Don't speak inside unless I tell you." He led the way to a side entrance and keyed in a code on a mechanical pad. The lock clicked. Inside, not darkness, red light. Emergency lamps bathed the corridor in a submarine glow. Humidity clung to the walls. Voss gestured him down the stairs into a storage basement. That's when protagonists saw them. Dozens of shelves. Hundreds of boxes. Reels. Film canisters. Polaroids. Newspaper clippings pinned like dead butterflies. Each box labeled with the same notation. B. 12///3rd index. The protagonist froze. "You've been cataloging it." Voss pulled down a box without ceremony and dropped it on a metal table. "I started in 1998, before the city removed the incident from public record. In 1998, someone else disappeared." Voss opened the box. Inside lay a Polaroid, a man smiling on the edge of a pier on the spree, the same docks as Felix. Next to the photo, a single note. He started duplicating on day 4. The protagonist swallowed. His skin felt too small. Voss spoke without looking up. "There's a sequence to it. At first, slight time lag in reflections. Then the reflections accelerate. Then divergence." "Divergence," the protagonist repeated. Voss finally looked at him. "There begins to be more of you than one." He pushed the Polaroid forward. "My partner disappeared. Same location as your Felix." He pulled out a tape reel, labeled with date and coordinates. Spree bend. 3-5-3. Curve. The protagonist stared. "The numbers." Voss nodded. "They're not numbers. They're coordinates in perception. Locations where the boundary between observation and presence becomes porous." He set the reel on the projector. "Watch." "No sound," Voss warned. He pressed play. Static, then movement. A blurred figure. A man walking along the quay. Not just walking. Duplicating. A second version of the man peeled sideways from the first, like a photograph being printed poorly, until 2 identical bodies emerged, one continuing forward, the other standing still. The protagonist's pulse hammered. The still duplicate turned toward the camera, its head tilted, mechanical, curious. 3 luminous points on its forehead. He recoiled. Voss slammed the stop button. The reel spun down. "That was your partner?" the protagonist asked. Voss's voice cracked. "I burned the original tape. This is a copy." "Why?" "Because the more copies exist." Voss looked at him, not angry but grieving. "The more doors there are." The protagonist leaned forward, knuckles whitening. "What is B12? Voss exhaled. "A cataloging system used by someone who doesn't work in our calendar and doesn't owe us explanations." He slid something across the table. A photograph. The protagonist's stomach dropped. It showed him, standing at the quay, but he had never been photographed there. In the image, he wasn't alone. Behind him, blurred but unmistakably present, Felix. Voss's voice was barely audible. "You're not searching for Felix. You're following where he used to be." Silence. Rain beat against the metal roof. The fluorescent hum became a tone. The protagonist swallowed. "How do I bring him back?" Voss stepped closer, inches from his face, eyes burning. "You don't bring people back from the 3rd index." "Then why bring me here?" Voss glanced toward the satchel. You already crossed. You needed to know what you are becoming. The room seemed to tilt. What do you mean? You're thinning, just like the others. He pointed at the Polaroid wall. Every photo had a missing corner. Every face looked a little less defined, except one, the most recent. On it was a protagonist, but the face in the image was sharper than the real him. Too sharp. Voss spoke. Your reflection is gaining clarity. He held out a small metal pendant etched with 3 intersecting lines. If you want to stay whole, he said, you need to stop watching. But Felix... Voss slammed his palm against a stack of reels. Felix is already archived. Silence crushed the room. Voss turned away. When he spoke again, his voice broke. I spent 20 years believing I could retrieve someone from B. 12. I was wrong. Every attempt feeds them. Every search makes more witnesses. He offered the pendant. Take it. It will distort your outline and reflective surfaces. If you still see yourself clearly... He didn't finish the sentence. The protagonist took the pendant with a trembling hand. The metal pulsed once. A slow, familiar rhythm. 3, 5, 3. He looked at Voss. What now? Voss pointed to the only door the basement had that wasn't marked. Now you choose if you want to stay in this world, he said, or follow him into the next one. Chapter 17. The Threshold. The pendant felt heavier than metal should. He gripped it as he walked through the rain-soaked courtyard of the abandoned observatory. The door to Voss's archives shutting behind him like a vault sealing the dead. The pendant's surface was etched with the 3 intersecting lines, not decorative, not symbolic. A mechanism, a key. Don't look into reflections, Voss had warned. They take inventory. He stepped into the night. The rain had stopped, but the city was still wet, slick with the kind of sheen that begged to reflect. Every puddle felt like a trap, every window a window into somewhere else. He walked toward the broken fence, each footstep sounding like a decision. A phone buzzed in his pocket. Unknown number. No contact. No digits. No origin. Just a single text. You're close. Another message arrived before he could breathe. Stop thinning. He looked toward the main dish of the observatory. The largest parabolic antenna, tilted toward the wet sky like the shell of some ancient mechanical animal. Its metal ribs glistened. A set of narrow stairs spiraled up the side. The GPS pin, the one that shouldn't exist, marked the platform halfway up. He began to climb. Rainwater ran down the handrails and soaked his sleeves. Halfway, the metal vibrated under him, as though the dish were waking. The pendant at his chest pulsed once. Then again, matching the same rhythm he had felt from the stone. 3, 5, 3. At the top, the air should have been empty. It wasn't. Someone stood at the far edge of the platform, back turned, looking over the city. A man, same height, same shoulders. His breath died. He whispered, Felix. The figure turned slightly, but only slightly, like someone considering whether to acknowledge a stranger. It wasn't Felix. It was him. Same face, same clothes, same wound on the knuckle he got days earlier when he slammed the real deck in panic. Only one detail was wrong. The reflection didn't blink. A camera flash of panic flared in his chest. He stepped backward. The metal groaned. The other him tilted his head with unnatural curiosity, like a predator studying prey it had already cornered. His throat went dry. Voss had been right. Reflection divergence. The double spoke. Let it sleep. Same voice. Same cadence. But hollow, like someone playing on a damaged instrument. He forced his voice to stay steady. Where's Felix? The double smiled, not a human smile, but the idea of one. It pointed a finger toward the dish's center, where a black circle, no bigger than a plate, rested at the exact focal point of the parabola. Threshold, it said. Then it vanished. Not walked away. Not dissolved. Just wasn't. The way a sentence ends without punctuation. He moved toward the black circle. The closer he got, the more the air thickened around him, as though he were walking through heavy fabric. His fingertips brushed the pendant. It vibrated, warning or encouragement. He couldn't tell. The center of the dish was warm. He knelt. placed a hand on the black circle, and the world tilted, not physically, perceptually, like his mind failed to keep the coordinates of gravity straight. The surface rippled, not visually. Audibly, he heard it ripple, as if space had breath. A whisper rose from the circle, not speech, not language, the sound of someone thinking. Witness? He flinched. His hand jerked back. The pendant burned against his chest. The surface pulsed again. 3, 5, 3. He closed his eyes and pressed his hand into the circle. The world shifted. A sensation like passing through the membrane of a soap bubble, thin and trembling. His ears popped. The air thickened, then thinned. He was somewhere else. Dark, but not absence of light dark. Absence of reference dark. Shapes existed without edges. Space without depth. He took one step forward and felt floor under him. Smooth, glass-like, impossible to track. He wasn't alone. Something shifted behind him. Slow footsteps. Measured. The sound of bare feet on glass. He turned around. Felix stood there. Not bleeding. Not confused. Not frightened. At peace. Felix! His voice cracked. Felix smiled. You came. He stepped closer, and the place, this non-place, responded to him. The darkness gained faint geometry. Outlines of walls. A corridor. The smell of river water. The protagonist reached to touch him. Felix grabbed his hand before contact. Not like that, Felix whispered. They're watching. Who? Felix blinked slowly. No one who sees needs to ask that. A tremor rippled through the dark. Like pressure. Like attention. Felix leaned closer. You're thinning, he said. They're sampling you. Sampling. Felix nodded. Every time you look for me, you leave an imprint. They're using those to build you. Versions of you. Like copies of file. His chest tightened. Felix, we can leave. I found someone, an archivist. Voss. He. Felix's expression flickered with pain. Elijah Voss never stopped searching. That's why he's not whole anymore. He felt his blood run cold. Not whole. Felix nodded toward the void. He's here in pieces. Something shifted in the dark. A silhouette. A shape. Almost human. The protagonist stepped back. Felix, we need to go. Felix shook his head. You don't understand. You crossed. That makes you a witness, too. They don't take people. They take reference points. A whisper rose from the void. Not words. Measuring. Felix leaned in closer. Urgency cutting through the calm. You must leave before they finish copying you. How? Felix looked at his pendant. That. Break it. What happens if I do? Felix smiled. True, raw, human. You stay one. His fingers tightened around the pendant. The void reacted. Footsteps, rushing noise, shifting silhouettes closing in. The double of him appeared again, emerging from the darkness. Same face, same body, but wrong eyes. Dead eyes. The double spoke. Don't break it. He held the pendant. It pulsed. If he shattered it, he might sever the connection. He might lose Felix forever. He looked at Felix. Will I see you again? Felix held his stare. No lies. No comfort. Not if you remain whole. He squeezed the pendant until metal cut skin. Snap. Light detonated. Not bright. Not visual. Structural. The world inverted. The threshold collapsed. He was thrown backward through the membrane. He hit cold metal. Rain hammered his face. He was back on the platform of the dish. Alone. Panting. Soaked. Alive. He reached for the pendant. It was gone. His phone buzzed. One message. From Felix. Stop looking. And beneath it, another, arriving slower, as if typed from far away, through a slow connection between realities. Thank you for letting me stay. He stared at the night, then whispered, broken, I'm sorry. From below, in a reflection pooling on the dish surface, he saw himself staring back. Only, his reflection didn't move with him anymore. It blinked. He didn't. Chapter 18. A City of Mirrors. For a while he thought the day would be ordinary. That was the mercy of mornings. How they could lie to you with the economy of sunlight and the quiet of ordinary errands. It lasted until the tram stopped. He waited for the number 8 with a man in a brown coat and a woman whose scarf braided around her throat like a question. The tram arrived on time, its brakes wheezing the signature fatigue of urban machinery. He stepped aboard, found a rail, and let the carriage carry him in a current of commuters. When the tram glided past Copbus Tor, the woman opposite him sighed and reached for her phone. For a single, clear moment, he saw her face reflected in the glass. Then the image stuttered. A second woman leaned forward from the seat behind her, lips moving in exact mimicry of the first. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second that made a world tremble. The second woman's mouth formed the same word as the first, a word he knew too well by now. Dormeyer, and then both women blinked once together, as if someone had synchronized 2 excerpts of a film. The tram went on. His palms slicked. He forced himself to breathe. On the sidewalk outside, a man paused at the newspaper kiosk. He looked at the front page, then at the headline again, then at the second copy of the front page behind the glass. He frowned and turned to read his own reflection. The reflection read him back. For a moment, both versions of the man smiled, identical, inexorable. The man folded his paper and walked away. The reflection stayed, then folded the paper too, and followed into a city that had learned to imitate movement. When he reached the apartment, the stairwell behaved politely. Mailboxes were where they had been. The door reacted to his key with the habitual clunk. He stepped inside and called for Felix like a man who had to remember the shape of a name with each repetition. "No answer," he said aloud. "Of course." On the kitchen table, the reel rested like a relic. He thumbed through Felix's notes again, the thin pencil marks, the careful diagrams of frequency bands and spectrograms. There, among other things, a scrawl, "Do not let the city use ITS glass." He understood the sentence differently now. The city had glass for windows. It had glass for screens. It had water that mirrored like panes. The city had become a gallery of surfaces that remembered things they had not been asked to keep. He set the recorder to play Felix's last clear frame. The tape whined and produced a breath. Somewhere between a sigh and a syllable, "He's where I was." After that came static, and then the sound that had been cropping up in every place they'd been, the low 18 Hz harmony, threaded with high atoms of sound he could barely hear. He tried the pendant Voss had given him. The metal sat cold and inert in his palm now that the snap had broken. He had broken it at the dish because Felix had told him to, and the fragments had scattered like confessions. Whatever protection it might have offered was gone. Whatever it had connected him to had been severed in a way the night would not forgive. Outside, the streetlight hummed. He left the apartment because standing in his own rooms felt dangerous, like holding a photograph of himself, and watching the face in the picture breathe differently. Berlin felt different on foot. The city had always been a palimpsest, layers of empires and facades and traffic painted over centuries. Now it felt like a palimpsest that decided to read itself aloud. Shop windows showed 2 displays, the real display and a second, slight variation behind it, an arrangement with 1 extra shoe, a shade darker scarf, a book with a title that was not printed in the same way. Reflections offered options and acted like editors. Choose one. The man who bought a newspaper saw the same headline twice and felt the phantom weight of a third headline that existed only in the glass. He walked toward the river because the river had been where everything below the city's skin began. The spree had grown secretive, the current oily and obstinate. Along the quay, the benches held more backs than bodies. Silhouettes perched like punctuation marks, repeating the same posture twice, thrice over. A woman with a red umbrella passed him, and for a moment the red umbrella appeared 3 times ahead. One moving forward, one lagging, one still as if contemplating whether to open. He stopped noticing the oddness as individual phenomena and began to feel it as a grammar. The city spoke in copies. Each reflection, each repeated motion, each delay was a clause. He could parse it. He could even predict the next echo, 3 beats, 5 beats, 3, the curve that sealed the phrase. A child chased a ball into the plaza. The ball bounced, but the bounce returned, a duet of trajectories, as if the physics of rubber had learned to be doubly. 2 boys came to catch the ball. One the child reflection stepping off a second plane. The child's mother clapped and then clapped again, the second clap coming from nowhere and matching the first in perfect rhythm. Panic, he realized, grows like mold. Slowly, then suddenly, he hurried to the lab where Felix used to work, a building that still smelled of ozone and old paper. The door was unlocked, though he was certain Felix had always locked it. Inside, the instruments sat like obedient beasts. Felix's balance read 0 even without weight. The laptop displayed a paused spectrogram with a highlighted series of peaks Mark III. 5, 3. He replayed the morning's recordings. On the speakers, voices overlapped. The lab's ordinary hum. Felix's voice, a new low chorus that matched nothing human. When he pivoted toward the windows, he felt the room double. In the pane opposite, someone else stood. Him, but not quite. That other him had his shoulders set differently, had a different tilt of the head. It lifted a hand. His own hand rose reflexively. In the tiniest fraction later, his hand had become an echo of itself. The lab's phone rang. He jumped. The caller ID flashed anonymous. He let it ring out. The voicemail sense was wrong. The message recorded his own breathing, played back to him in a different rhythm. He listened. It sounded like a man in the next room. He taped a post-it on the window that said, "Do not trust reflections," in shaky block letters, and pressed his thumb until the paper smudged ink. When he stepped back, the same words had been written in the glass too, but the glass version read, "Do not let them sleep," and ended with 3 small circles drawn beneath like a stamp. He had been cataloging practicalities: cut power to devices, cover mirrors, avoid water, don't read the news. But the city challenged practicality with audacity. It did not merely reflect. It duplicated, it multiplied, it rehearsed itself. At dusk, the tram system collapsed in a kind of polite way. One line failed, and the failed line duplicated itself in the network map on every transit screen. People left the stations in waves that matched no timetable. 2 couples arguing on the bridge below him seemed to have rehearsed their dispute for a second time before the words left their mouths. A woman sitting across from him in a cafe stared at her spoon until the spoon stared back with an expression that could be mistaken for thought. He needed Felix's logic. He needed instruments that declared the world with numbers. He wanted to believe that if he bucketed enough data, he could hold the city to its shape. He collected what he could: video clips, screenshots, timestamps, and for once he worked with ferocious deliberation. He filmed the reflections in shop windows, the double joggers, the cars that arrived with borrowed sequences. He set the recorder in a film of corners to pick up the low hum. He scrubbed the spectrograms until the 3, 5, 3 pattern rose like a skeleton within the noise. Each artifact he stored on multiple drives because evidence, once sparse, invited attention, and attention hatched copies. By midnight, it was no longer a matter of curiosity. It was self-preservation. At a corner beneath the station, a woman offered him a cigarette without asking. Her eyes were too bright. She knew the way to hand over a match with both hands, as if passing a relic. He would have declined, but his hands were cold. She lit it and handed it on an extended palm. On the cigarette paper, 3 tiny punctures had been burned in a perfect vertical line. The woman watched him as if waiting to see whether he would notice. He noticed. "Are you all right?" she asked. He thought about the pennant fragments in the gutter at the dish. He thought about Felix's last message: "Thank you for letting me stay." He thought about Voss's real collection and the Polaroid of a smiling man who duplicated on day 4. "No," he said. Her expression flipped like a mirror loss and then smoothed. "Then don't let us sleep." She walked away, dissolving into the crowd as if a film reel had been edited in the seam. He followed her for a block. She moved with the ease of someone who knew how to step through frames without being edited. He lost her amid 2 women who had identical coats but not identical smiles. He sat on the quay and watched the water. The spree mirrored not only the light, but also the absence of sound. The surface carried both his reflection and a second image that lagged by a fraction. He leaned forward until the 4 circles on his palm, his own print from the tape sleeve, pressed to the cold concrete. A pulse shivered through him. He no longer felt like a single person in a single world. He felt instead like a draft, a pattern that might be printed more than once. The city around him provided the press. He opened Felix's notebook and read the lines he had missed before. Copies feed the lattice. If a body is recorded in more than one register, the third index keeps a record. They learn to walk. He closed the book and looked up at the skyline. 3 points of light pulsed in a vertical line on a distant tower, and he imagined the city practicing expressions in the glass, rehearsing faces, iterating gestures until a simulated life felt full. Then the most ordinary thing happened. A dog barked, urgent and small. In response, somewhere across the spree, 3 dogs barked in perfect chorus. The sound clustered into a chord that felt designed to be heard by bone and not by ear. He felt his own bones respond. He stood. If the city was building a chorus, it would need a conductor. If the city was rehearsing humanity, it would need performers. He put Felix's notebook into his jacket, picked up the satchel with the stone, and started walking into the maze the city had become, along streets that would echo him back as many times as they could, following the spines of reflections that promised, like smiling shop windows, that they had answers hidden just beneath the glass. Chapter 19. The Man Beneath the Static. The elevator should not have opened to the basement, yet it did. He wasn't trying to go there. He had pressed the button for level 1, intending to exit into the hallway of Felix's building, perhaps retrieve the spare flash drive he once left in the desk drawer, maybe find something he had missed. But instead, the elevator jolted gently downward, as if a hand outside the machinery redirected its desire. The digital number flickered. -1, -1, -1. That's not possible. When the door slid open, he exhaled into darkness, because that was easier than believing the space existed. Concrete, cold, underground. A thin fluorescent tube hung intermittently from the ceiling, only half alive. It emitted a trembling light that painted the long corridor in sickly pulses. The air smelled of dust and old damp, the kind that sits inside lungs like a memory. He stepped out. The doors closed behind him without waiting. A soft hum surrounded him, not mechanical, not electrical, a resonance, a tone somewhere between vibration and breath. He knew that tone, the frequency of the stone, 353 hertz. "Felix," he whispered. No answer, but the hum intensified, vibrating along the metal railings, crawling into the bones of the walls. He took a few steps forward. The corridor branched twice, then again, creating impossible loops. Left turned into right. Forward became another forward, but not the same one. A shape of city logic was echoing here. Berlin had duplicated its streets. Now it duplicated its basements. A sign hung crooked on the wall. Archive, B12. His pulse locked in his throat. B, the code that appears everywhere. 12. Same number from the stone's first activation. B12. He touched the metal plate, and it was hot, like a pulse lived beneath it. Behind him, footsteps echoed. Slow, measured, not stealthy, deliberate. He turned. A figure stood at the other end of the corridor. Same height, same shoulders. Him, or rather, a reflection of him, without the inconvenience of a mirror. The copy tilted its head 1 degree too far, as if its neck joints were memorized rather than lived. Its eyes moved, but not as a human's would, not tracking motion, but tracking intention. The copy smiled. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was his voice, but the vowels dragged like wet cloth. He took a step back. The copy took one forward. "Felix isn't lost," it said. "Felix is cataloged." What does that mean? He exists in more than one layer now. The hum of 353 hertz deepened, as if agreeing. The copy blinked too slowly. It raised one hand and traced 3 invisible points in the air, forming a triangle. And then, with its fingertip, it tapped the space at the center. 3, 5, 3. "You don't need the stone," the reflection whispered. "The city already remembers your wishes." He felt the pendant fragments burn against his chest. Although the pendant was broken, the memory of it was not. He swallowed. Where's Felix? The copy moved closer, impossibly smooth. Felix found a third index. The corridor lights flickered. "Now it is finding you." A scraping sound broke through the static. Something dragging across concrete. Heavy, slow. He stepped back again. The copy tilted its head the other way. Not curious, observing. You already gave it permission the first night you touched the stone. No, he whispered. You said, I want to understand. The index heard, let me in. Then the copy's face shifted. No, not shifted. Split. The skin along its forehead rippled, parting like wet paper. A slit open, vertical, precise. Beneath it was an orb, dark and pulsing. Neither eye nor wound, but something in between. A third eye. He staggered backward. The orb dilated, and suddenly the corridor around him bent. Walls becoming fluid, perspective changing like a camera lens being pulled through liquid. He choked out words. Who are you? The copy smiled too wide. Not who. When. Then the dragging noise grew louder, closer, as though someone was pulling a heavy body across a mat. The copy turned its head abruptly toward the sound and froze. He's coming. Who? The one who doesn't need reflections. The lights died. Every bulb. Total blackness. He fumbled, heart slamming against ribs. Then every fluorescent light exploded at once. An eruption of white and glass and sound. Shards cascaded, raining like violent snow. In the brief flash before darkness returned, he saw a silhouette farther down the corridor. Tall, still, watching. 3 faint points of white light glowing vertically along its forehead. The man with 3 eyes. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. That's when the thing spoke. The voice did not come from its mouth. It came from the walls. You wish for truth. A pause. Truth requires witnesses. The hum of 353 hertz surged, shaking dust from the ceiling. He ran, not because running was smart, because primitive survival overrode logic. He sprinted toward the elevator. But the corridor stretched, elongating in unnatural geometry. The copy stood ahead of him now, blocking his exit. He skidded to a stop. Don't resist, the copy said gently. Once the index knows you, there's only one ending. What ending? You become a page. He lunged sideways, slamming into a metal door with his shoulder. It burst open, and he stumbled into the maintenance stairwell. Cold air slapped his face. Real air, not the electric hum of the index. He looked back. The copy stood framed in the doorway, smiling, not moving closer, not needing to. The third eye in its forehead closed slowly, like a lens shutter. As the door swung shut between them, he heard the last words. You can't outrun a city that has learned to dream. Chapter 20. The Room of Echoes. Felix woke standing. That was the first impossibility. No bed, no floor he remembered collapsing onto, only a vertical jolt in his spine, a sensation of being dropped into himself from a height. The second impossibility was the light, not illumination. Light as a memory of illumination, as if the place had once known colors and then forgotten how to display them, left only with a ghost of the idea. A soft, diffused glow spilled from nowhere and everywhere, casting no shadows. He touched his face and felt grainy residue on his fingertips. Dust, not ordinary dust, magnetic, clingy, oddly warm. Reflexively he whispered, testing. 1, 2. The sound didn't travel. It hung in the air like a trapped insect. He tried again, louder. Hello? Is someone? The room repeated him. Is someone, but not as an echo. Each repetition bent the syllables into a different version of his voice. Tired, younger, older, neither. Felix froze. This was not a room designed for acoustics. This was a room designed for recording. He began to walk, not because he knew where to go, but because stillness felt like consent. The space around him shifted as he moved, walls gliding or sliding without friction. They weren't walls, he realized, but surfaces like screens, listing input, storing output, cycling possibilities. He leaned in. The surface flickered into images. Scenes he recognized. The tram, the lab, the night near the spree when he and the protagonist first noticed the glitch in reflections. Except in this version, the protagonist didn't notice the glitch. Felix did. In another version, they never met. Felix stepped back, heart hammering. The room didn't store memories. It stored variants, possibilities, copies of moments where decisions branched. A voice whispered behind him, "There are always duplicates." He turned sharply. No one, yet the sensation remained. That someone else occupied the room but refused to hold a fixed shape. His throat tightened. "Where am I?" The room answered by showing him a different moment. A grainy clip of himself at age 8, playing an out-of-tune guitar in his parents' living room, unaware the camera was on. A second clip appeared beside it. The same day, same child, but this time he wasn't playing. He was staring directly into the lens, eyes wide, as if he knew about the recording. Felix stumbled backward. "Stop. Show me something else." The screens obeyed. Now they showed the protagonist, recent to recent. A basement hallway. Harsh light. A copy, smiling with a mouth that didn't know how to smile. Felix reached out a trembling hand. No, he shouldn't be here. Your data brought him here, the room said. Felix turned, pulse spiking. The voice didn't come from a speaker. It came from behind his left shoulder, too close. He spun. A silhouette stood only a few steps from him. Tall, still, familiar because nothing about it should be familiar. It had no eyes in the usual sense. But on its forehead, vertically aligned, were 3 small points of faint light. Not pupils, not bulbs, ports. Felix swallowed. You're the man from the recordings. The figure tilted its head. Not yes, not no. Acceptance. Acknowledgement. Am I dead? Felix whispered. The lights pulsed, once, twice, 3 times. You are catalogued, the figure answered. Felix tried to breathe through the sudden pressure in his chest. I need to go back. He needs me. His voice cracked. He's not ready. The figure stepped closer, not walking but shifting position like a frame cut and pasted. Its voice held no tone, no breath. Wishes rewrite the city. Witnesses preserve it. Felix felt something like electricity pass through the air. Not dangerous. Declarative. The room around him began forming a doorway. Narrow, tall, luminous, but the light flickered irregularly, like a heartbeat with arrhythmia. Is this an exit? He asked. Not yet, said the voice. A witness doesn't leave until the wish completes its consequence. Felix clenched his jaw. Then show me how to warn him. The walls reacted to the word warn like a command. The room funneled into a single projection. The protagonist running up a maintenance stairwell, breath ragged, chased by echoes and reflections. The doorway dimmed, then flared again as if considering. Felix stepped toward instinctively, but the figure extended a hand, palm outward, and the doorway froze. You can watch, it said. Only watch. Felix's chest hollowed. No, I can't just stand here. He's down there alone. He tried to push past the figure. The air turned heavy, thick as syrup. The surfaces all around him vibrated and morphed into a hypnotic spiral of symbols. 3, 5, 3. Felix's head pounded. Please, let me speak to him. You already have, the voice replied. The message copied. Felix's memory snapped back without warning. His last voicemail, the last moment before being pulled into this place. The final words he'd managed to record. Thank you for letting me stay. It hadn't been farewell. It had been a transfer of trust. He closed his eyes. If I am catalogued, does that mean I'm not real anymore? Silence, and you are real in every version that was possible. Felix looked directly into the third eye, and for the first time understood. This place wasn't prison. It was storage. A city-sized archive of outcomes. And if the index was learning, if the reflections were multiplying, it was because somebody, him, them, the stone, had wished for understanding. He whispered, barely audible, We opened the door. Yes, the voice said. Now someone must close it. Felix inhaled sharply, eyes burning. Then let me help him. The lights pulsed 3 times, and the room began to rewrite itself. Chapter 21. Fault lines in the street. He burst out into the night air like a man emerging from a nightmare that tried to follow him outside. The city should have been comforting. A tram line, the pulse of traffic, the neon from late-night donor shops. But Berlin looked unfamiliar. as if someone had taken a photograph of the city and put it back together from memory. The streetlights hummed at a frequency too precise to be random. His footsteps echoed twice, not from walls, but from behind him, delayed by fractions of a second. He didn't run anymore. He walked with the numb calm of someone whose adrenaline had burned past usefulness. The cold night pressed its teeth against his skin. He kept one hand in his coat. Fingers curled around the stone without touching it directly. He didn't dare activate it. He feared that if he wished anything, even safety, even clarity, the city would interpret it with its new, dangerous logic. He passed a storefront window. His reflection looked back. Just one. He exhaled, a ridiculous wave of relief. Then the reflection blinked before he did. Not delayed, not late, ahead of him. He stiffened. With slow, cautious steps, he backed away from the glass, keeping eyes locked on the reflection. That's when he noticed the cracks. Fine, delicate fractures in the pane that traced geometric lines. 3 at the top, 5 across, 3 at the bottom. The pattern. The index had learned geometry. It was writing itself into the city's surfaces like a signature. He whispered without meaning to, "This is escalating." He forced himself to keep walking. The streetlights flickered as he passed, forming intervals like Morse code. He didn't know the code, but his pulse involuntarily matched the beat. 3 long, 5 short, 3 long. When he reached Kopbusser Tor, the square was too still. No buses, no music, no voices. Berlin never slept, but tonight it was holding its breath. He crossed a pedestrian walkway, passing the closed spatty. In the reflection of its darkened beer cooler he saw, for one impossible moment, Felix. Not dead, not distorted, as if he were simply standing inside the store, casually waiting for him. Felix! He rushed closer, but the reflection didn't mimic his speed. Felix's reflection didn't move at all. It simply watched, eyes calm, steady, present. He placed his palms against the window. Cold glass. Reality. "Felix, can you hear me?" The reflection lifted a hand, a slow, deliberate motion, like a goodbye, or a warning. His throat ached. "I'm getting you out," he whispered. The reflection mouthed a single word. "Witness." He staggered back. No, don't do that cryptic shit. Talk to me." The reflection of Felix flickered, static across glass, then vanished, leaving only his own reflection behind, breathing too fast. He felt eyes on him. Not a single gaze, a field of awareness. Turning, he saw an older man leaning against a street sign, coat collar pulled up, average height, average posture, a silhouette so generic it disappeared when you tried to focus on it. The kind of man you'd overlook in a crowd. Except there was no crowd, and except for his forehead, where the skin subtly ballooned with 3 vertical points beneath it. Not open eyes, not yet, just presence. The man with 3 eyes. No reflection this time. He was physically here. The man spoke without raising his voice. His tone was as calm as a doctor reading vital signs. "You keep trying to run upward, but the city has no up." The street buckled, not violently, softly, like asphalt transformed into fabric. The crosswalk line stretched, bending into curves. The pavement began to copy itself, duplicating road markings over the original markings, layers of cities sliding over each other. "What did you do to Felix?" the protagonist demanded. His voice cracked. "I did nothing." The man tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the limitation of the question. He wished to know. He was granted knowledge. "And me? What do you want from me?" A faint smile tugged at the man's mouth. Not empathy, recognition. "You wish for meaning." The protagonist's hand clenched around the stone. "I never wished for this." "You wish to understand," the man corrected. "Understanding has consequences." The street split. A seam opened, running between them. Asphalt folding like paper, revealing a thin sliver of subterranean light. The city wasn't breaking. It was unfolding. He stumbled backward, but the ground beneath him remained solid. The man stayed on the far side of the seam, calm, untouched. "You are not prey," the 3-eyed man said. "You are an entry point." "For what?" "For integration." A low vibration tremored beneath his feet. the same frequency as a stone. He felt it travel up his leg, into his ribs, behind his eyes. The city was trying to sync with him, trying to learn his decisions, predict them, copy them. He swallowed hard. I'm not part of your system. The man's third eye opened, not with a blink, with a vertical unsealing. The world around him dimmed. His ears filled with noise without sound, a pressure that felt like being underwater. You already are, the man said, though his mouth did not move. The moment you touched the stone, the protagonist's heart hammered. He forced air back into his lungs. I'm going to destroy it, he said. The third eye pulsed, once, like a camera shutter capturing reality. You cannot destroy what you wished into existence. He sprinted, not away, toward the only place that wasn't folding or fracturing, the subway entrance. He took the stairs 2 at a time, descending into darkness as the last streetlight above him flickered and died. He didn't look back, but he could still feel the third eye watching him through solid concrete. Chapter 22. The Tunnel That Remembers. The subway station swallowed him. Cold tile, green glazed pillars, the faint smell of metal and damp concrete. A single escalator descended endlessly, carrying air that felt still and old. He reached the platform breathless and didn't know if the shaking in his hands came from the run or the fact that the entire city, had begun watching him through surfaces. Down here there were fewer surfaces. No shop windows. No reflections of himself blinking wrong. Just the platform, the tunnel, and the tracks. He could breathe. For the first time since the basement, he could breathe. A digital sign stuttered. You ate her manstress. 3 minutes. Then the number changed. 5 minutes. Then 3. Then 5. Looping. The city continued glitching, even where mirrors didn't exist. He moved toward the far end of the platform, where a service door hid behind an out-of-order machine. Quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that carried intent. A scraping sound broke it. Slow, heavy. Not footsteps. Something being pulled. He turned his head sharply. Nothing. Just a maintenance cart. Abandoned. He leaned against the wall and slid down the floor, resting his forearms on his knees. Felix's voicemail repeated in his mind, like a warning disguised as gratitude. Thank you for letting me stay. Felix wasn't gone. He was somewhere between versions, stuck in the third index, cataloged. The stone in his pocket pulsed faintly. Not heat, not vibration, but a presence. It wanted a wish. That was the trap. Every time he wished, the index interpreted. Every time it interpreted, copies multiplied. He squeezed the stone through the fabric of his coat. I don't need anything from you, he whispered. The lights above him flickered. A low rumble vibrated the rails. The train wasn't due yet. The sound built from deep in the tunnel, metallic and unnatural, like a recording of a train played through broken speakers. He stood, backing toward the wall, eyes locked on the tunnel. The sound grew louder. He braced. Then the train burst into view, moving too fast, but the motion wasn't right. It entered the station and stopped without slowing down, the way a GIF loops. Jump cut, stillness. No hiss of brakes. No inertia. The door slid open at once. Perfectly synchronized, every carriage at the exact same time. Inside, every seat occupied. Identical passengers. Same posture. Same coat. Same face. Their heads turned toward him in mechanical unison. Every one of them smiled. A voice behind him. Don't look at them. He spun around. A woman stood inches away. Her presence so sudden his heart jumped into his throat. She was real. He sensed it with the immediacy of instinct. Real people took space. Copies ignored air. She wore a battered bomber jacket and sneakers that had lived through rain. Her breathing was uneven. Her hair messy. She looked like someone who had been running for days. She grabbed his wrist. Don't get on that train. He glanced again at the passengers. They didn't blink. Their smiles stayed nailed in place, stretched too wide to be natural. Were they? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pulled him toward the stairwell. We need to keep moving. If they see you too long, the index flags you. Flags me? You become a template. He jerked his wrist free, not violently, just enough to make her stop and look at him. "Who are you?" Her eyes darted toward the train. "Someone who touched the stone before you." He felt the world tilt, a sudden drop inside his stomach. "That's not possible." Felix found the stone. "I know," she said quietly. "Felix found it after I lost it." A chill ran down his spine. "What happened to you?" She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "I made a wish. The wrong one." The train passengers stood up in synchronized motion. Every single seat emptied in the same second. The identical people turned toward the exit, not running, not walking, advancing. "Move," she hissed. They ran, through the service corridor, past a locked janitor door. He followed her because not following her meant stepping into that train of copies. The tunnel air thickened like wet cloth. He could hear the soft thudding of shoes behind them. Dozens of identical footsteps matching pace. "What did you wish for?" he demanded as they sprinted. "A second chance," she said without looking back. "And the index gave me one by making a version of me that didn't make the mistake." They reached another door. She rattled the handle. Locked. The footsteps got closer. Closer. A single copy's voice echoed down the tunnel. "You don't need to run. We can take your place." His pulse skyrocketed. "We're trapped." She pressed her palm to the door. "You have the stone. We can't use it." "If you don't," she said, meeting his eyes, "the index will." The footsteps turned into a fast, eager rhythm. They were coming, close enough to touch. He pulled the stone out. It was warm, a heartbeat in his palm, a wish forming against his will. "I wish the door would open." No, too literal. The index twisted literal wishes. He forced his thoughts into a shape that couldn't be inverted. "I don't wish for escape," he whispered to the stone. "I wish for possibility." The stone flashed, a pulse of white heat. The door unlocked with a violent bang. They fell through into a maintenance stairwell. The door slammed shut behind them. The sound of dozens of palms hit the metal surface at once. Then silence. The woman leaned against the wall, panting. He stared at her. "Who are you?" She finally answered. "Someone who knows how the ending looks." His chest tightened. "And how does it end?" She stared down the stairwell into the darkness below, with someone deciding who gets to stay real. The stone pulsed again in his hand, as if agreeing. Chapter 23. The woman in the mirror. The silence in the abandoned U-Bahn tunnel felt like something alive, not simply the absence of sound, but a silence with weight, thick, almost pulsing. The air was colder here, colder than a tunnel deep underground should ever be. Lila felt it against her skin as she moved forward. Flashlight beams slicing faint traces of dust in the air like floating silver ashes. Jonas was a few steps ahead, steady, determined. Tarek guarded the rear, eyes flicking between the darkness behind them and the strange, narrow corridor that led forward. They had followed the cryptic instructions carved into the notebook they stole from the archivist. Where the city forgets, the stone remembers. It led them to U-Bahn Franzosstrasse, a station permanently closed, erased from maps, sealed and abandoned after the unification. A perfect hiding place for something ancient, or someone. Lila's fingers tightened instinctively around the stone of wishes, the oval black talisman warm against her skin. Its surface shimmered faintly, as if an unseen ripple moved within it. Lila had the disturbing impression that it was breathing. Jonas stopped abruptly. "There's a mirror," he whispered. Lila blinked. A mirror here, suspended between rusted train tracks and cracked concrete walls. Tall, oval, ornate frame, gold faded into greenish copper. Impossible. Who the hell drags a mirror into a closed station? Tarek muttered. Lila swallowed. Someone who wants to see something that isn't here. They approached cautiously. The mirror's surface reflected not the tunnel behind them, but a room none of them stood in. It was bright, full of sunlight, a chandelier, a polished wooden table, a clock ticking silently on the wall. Lila gasped. "It's a dining room." Jonas leaned closer. "That's not just any room. That's..." They didn't finish. In the mirror, someone entered the dining room. A woman, Tall, elegant, wearing an old-fashioned burgundy coat. Her hair was long, raven black, pinned on one side with a silver clip shaped like a star. She walked with that effortless grace of someone used to commanding attention. She looked directly into the mirror. No, directly at them. Lila felt the shock in her stomach. Her heartbeat nearly stopped. "Lila," the woman said softly. She said her name. Tarek grabbed Lila by the wrist. "Tell me you heard that." She spoke. Jonas whispered. His voice was thin, disbelieving. The woman in the mirror tilted her head, like she was studying Lila's face. Her eyes were storm gray, the exact shade of Lila's. Lila took a step closer. "Who are you?" The mirror woman smiled, slow and knowing. "I am the wish before the decision." Lila felt the air tighten, freezing around her. "You carry the stone," the woman continued, "but the stone also carries you." Jonas suddenly grabbed Lila's shoulder, pulling her back. "This is some trap. It has to be." But Lila couldn't move. Her feet were anchored. Her bones were magnetics to that mirror. She whispered, "Why do you look like me?" The woman's expression shifted. Pain, pride, something ancient. She reached slowly toward the mirror's inner surface. "Because I am what you become." The tunnel shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. Tarek cursed. "We need to move." The stone of wishes burned against Lila's palm, a sensation like molten metal, like a heartbeat that wasn't hers. She felt a thought rise in her, not her own. "Open the way." The woman in the mirror placed her hand against the glass. A single point of light exploded outward, cracks spreading through the mirror like crystallized lightning. "No!" Jonas shouted. He tried to drag Lila backward, but she didn't budge. The cracks reached the edge of the frame. The mirror shattered not outward, but inward, pulling itself into a vortex of blinding white light. The tunnel filled with a deep, resonant hum, vibrating in their bones. When the light faded, the mirror was gone. In its place stood a door, ancient, stone, followed by swirling carved symbols that pulsed with faint luminescence. Above it, a sentence appeared, carved into the stone itself, in a language Lila didn't know, but understood. "One wish opens. One truth kills." Jonas exhaled slowly. The archivist knew. He knew this was here. Tarek stared at Lila's hand, the stone glowing with dark fire. "Whatever's behind that door," he said, "is going to change everything." Lila lifted the stone. The symbols on the door responded, lighting up one by one. She whispered, more to herself than them, "I don't want to wish anymore. I want answers." And the door began to open. Chapter 24. The door that remembers. The stone door opened without a sound. No grinding of ancient gears, no rumbling of weight older than the city itself. It simply shifted like a curtain parting between worlds. Beyond it, a cold breath of air spilled into the tunnel, dry, metallic, carrying a faint scent of ash and rain. Jonas lifted his flashlight, and the beam disappeared into a vast, ink-black void. Tarek clenched his jaw and whispered, "That shouldn't be possible. There shouldn't be a hollow space here. We're under Berlin, under concrete." Lila stepped closer. With each step, she felt the stone of wishes respond, as if it recognized the place, like a muscle contracting in anticipation. The closer she came to the threshold, the more intense it grew, a hum that wasn't sound but sensation, not pain, not warning, recognition. "Wait," Jonas murmured, grabbing her wrist before she could cross. "We don't know what's in there." Lila met his eyes. Neither did the person who sealed it. The last of the door symbols flared bright white and dissolved into nothingness. They crossed. Inside was a corridor that could not exist. Smooth black stone stretched in both directions, walls marked not with graffiti or signs of infrastructure, but sharp incisions of symbols, etched several centimeters deep, as if carved by something impossibly precise. Writing that seemed to shift and ripple under the light, refusing to remain static. Jonas scanned one glyph with the flashlight. These markings, they look like constellations. "They look like warnings," Tar corrected. Lila didn't speak. The stone was burning in her palm, not painfully, but insistently. "Follow." The deeper they moved, the more the air changed. No longer metallic. It smelled of wet soil, old books, and electricity after a storm. A faint bioluminescent glow pulsed along the symbol carvings, as if the stone corridor was a living pulse, pushing them toward a destination already determined. A strange whispering rose around them, not from ahead, not from behind, from the walls. Tarek froze, flashlight trembling. Tell me that's not real. Jonas stepped closer to the nearest carving. The whispering grew louder. He pulled back. It's the language, he said, stunned. It's speaking. Lila reached toward the symbol. The whisper stopped abruptly, replaced by a memory. Not hers. She felt a violin bow in her hand. A stage. Applause like thunder. A man with dark hair, eyes like silver. He whispered, "Wish for more." Lila jerked her hand away, heart hammering. "No one touches the walls," she said, voice cracking slightly. "Ever." They walked on. The corridor widened until it opened into a huge cavern, so large that their flashlights couldn't find the ceiling. Giant pillars rose like petrified trees, holding up a dome lost in shadow. In the middle of the space stood something that looked like an altar, but older than any religion they knew. A pedestal. On it, a mirror, the same height as the one in the tunnel. Same oval frame. Same archaic elegance. But this one was shattered. Not broken, devoured. The edges were jagged, melted inward, like the glass had been consumed by fire that burned without heat. Lila approached, unable to stop herself. Jonas reached out. Lila, too late. Her reflection appeared in the remaining fragments. Only it wasn't her. The mirror showed the woman with storm-gray eyes, the woman from chapter 23. She leaned forward, lips nearly touching the glass. There's always a price for wishing. The image changed. Lila saw herself alone on a rooftop in Berlin, snow falling around her. Saw Jonas bleeding on a subway platform. Saw Tarek screaming her name as a door slammed between them. Saw herself holding the stone and letting it go. "No," Lila whispered, her voice trembling. "Stop." The mirror didn't stop. It showed a future. Her future. She stood in that elegant dining room again, the one from the earlier vision. Only now she wore the burgundy coat. Her hand rested on the stone, and her voice was hollow, cold, powerful. "I wished," and the world listened. Lila stumbled away from the mirror, chest tight, breath stolen. "I don't want this," she whispered. "I don't want to become her." Behind her, Jonas placed a hand on her shoulder, steady as gravity. "You won't." The stone pulsed once. The altar suddenly shifted, gears moving within the pedestal. Stone folding upon itself, revealing something underneath. A book, bound in leather, so dark it looked like dried blood. A metal clasp locked it. On the cover was a single symbol. B12. Lila's voice fractured. "That's the same marking in the archivist's files." "No," Jonas breathed. B12 wasn't a code. It was a section, a chapter, a vault. Tarek saw something else. On the pedestal beneath the book was a stamp burned into the stone surface, still glowing faintly. The Berlin Wish Consortium. Jonas swore under his breath. This isn't just an artifact. It's a project, a controlled experiment. "And Lila is the variable," Tarek said quietly. They didn't get to react. The ground shook. A voice echoed, familiar, soft, breaking the air like silk tearing. From behind them. "Did you really think you were the first to find the door?" They turned. A figure stood at the entrance of the cavern. Not the mirror woman. The archivist, alive and smiling. Chapter 25. The Archivist's Truth. The archivist stood at the mouth of the cavern, framed by the faint bioluminescence of the shifting symbols. For a moment he simply watched them, hands tucked behind his back, as if this were a guided tour, not a breach of forbidden chamber lost under Berlin. He stepped inside, shoes silent against the ancient stone floor. "Lila," he said with soft admiration, "you were always meant to find this place." Jonas positioned himself between Lila and the archivist, instinctive, protective. Tark angled toward the pedestal, one hand near the B-12 book as if shielding evidence. Lila gripped the stone harder, pulse racing in her wrist. "You knew about this vault," she said, her voice steady even as every thought in her head buckled in chaos. "You led me to it." He smiled with genuine pride. "I guided. You chose." The archivist walked past a pillar, fingers brushing the etched symbols with deep familiarity. No fear, no hesitation. The whispering that had unnerved him earlier grew louder around him, as though the walls recognized him the way the stone recognized Lila. "You opened the door," Jonas snapped. "Why now? Why reveal yourself?" "I reveal nothing that was not already written." He looked at Lila with a prophetic tenderness. "Only she can open B-12. Tark raised his flashlight like a weapon. "Stay back." The archivist didn't. He continued approaching, slowly, measured, like a professor finally arriving at the climax of his lesson. "You misunderstand," he said. "I am not your enemy. I am your historian." He nodded toward the pedestal. "That manuscript contains every documented wish made with the stone, every consequence, every life altered. It is a ledger of decisions that shaped entire generations." Jonas scoffed. "You experimented on people." "No," the archivist corrected softly. "We observed. Humanity wished. The stone simply answered." Lila stepped forward, fury fusing with fear. "You used me." He considered her carefully, as if weighing her words. "You were chosen long before you were born." That hit like a strike to the ribs. Tarek frowned. "Chosen by who?" The archivist looked almost amused. "Not who. What?" He turned to Lila. "The stone responded to you because you're the only variable that has never repeated." "Repeated?" Lila whispered. Jonas shook his head. "Don't listen to him." "No," the archivist insisted, voice lowering to a reverent whisper. "She deserves the truth." He pointed to the mirror ruin. "You met her," he said, "the version of yourself who embraced all her wishes." Lila felt sudden nausea. "She's not me." "She is the you who said yes," he replied, a possible endpoint. Lila's throat tightened. The image from the mirror flashed in her mind again, her reflection seated at the long table, voice cold, absolute power at her fingertips. "I won't become her," she whispered. The archivist studied her like a scientist finally seeing a new outcome. "Perhaps that is what we are here to determine." Jonas stepped closer, low and dangerous. "And if she doesn't play along with your experiment?" The archivist tilted his head. "Every test ends eventually." There was a soft sound, like shifting paper. The clasp of the leather-bound book on the pedestal clicked open by itself, metal curling back as though responding directly to Lila's presence. She hadn't touched it. She didn't need to. The pages flipped rapidly, scattering dust into the air. Words written in different inks, different languages, different centuries flashed like strobing lights. Some wishes were short, single desperate lines. Others were full confessions. On certain pages, an entire name was blacked out, erased from history. Tarek leaned over the book, eyes widening. This is insane." Jonas looked at the archivist with disbelief. "Why keep a record?" "So nothing is forgotten," he said, "especially the consequences." Then he turned to Lila. "Yours is the only wish not yet logged." Her voice cracked. "I haven't made one." The archivist stepped closer, now only a few meters away. "Yes, you have." "No," Lila whispered. He pointed toward Jonas. "The night you met him, the wish was not for power or knowledge. It was simple. Human. You wished." "Stop," Lila warned. "You wished not to be alone anymore." Silence. Jonas's breath caught. Tarek lowered his flashlight. Lila felt the ground fall from under her. "That was... I didn't." "You did," the archivist said gently. "The stone heard you." Jonas exhaled slowly. "So what?" "That explains nothing." "It explains everything," the archivist replied. "Wishes attract their opposites." If she wished not to be alone, his voice became colder. Something else had to disappear. "Felix." Lila's knees nearly buckled. Jonas caught her arm. No, Lila, this isn't your fault." "She didn't take him," the archivist said. The stone required equilibrium. It always has. Lila felt something unspool inside her, rage and horror tangling into something sharp. "Give him back," she demanded. "You misunderstand," the archivist whispered. "I did not hold him. The stone does, and the stone obeys only you." She lunged toward him. Jonas grabbed her. "Lila." The archivist did not flinch. "You want answers? You want Felix back." His voice echoed in the impossible cavern. "Then take responsibility for the wish you already made." He gestured toward the open book. "All you have to do is sign." Lila stared at the blank line at the bottom of the newest page. Waiting, expectant, the archivist whispered, almost lovingly, "Finish what you started." The stone burned in her palm. The mirror fragments shone. The cavern held its breath. Lila curled her fingers around the stone and whispered, "No." All the air in the chamber shifted. Something far older than the archivist woke. Chapter 26. The third eye opens. The cavern shuddered. At first, no one understood what caused it. The sound wasn't an explosion or a tremor in the stone. It was more like the air itself was being pulled backward, sucked into a void that appeared where sound should have been. Lila felt it in her bones, in her heartbeat, in the roots of her teeth. The archivist straightened, posture stiffening like a man recognizing a final step in a ritual. "Oh," he whispered, voice hollow. "He is already here." Tarek switched his flashlight toward the tunnel entrance, fear rising like a choking tide. "Who?" "Felix." "No." The archivist answered without looking away from the shadows. "Not Felix. Something older." Jonas stepped in front of Lila. "If this is another manipulation—" "It is not mind control," the archivist said sharply, his calm finally cracking. "You refuse a stone. The system compensates." The air thickened, pressure crushing the space around them, as if a storm were forming inside the cavern. Lila gripped the stone tighter. The temperature dropped instantly. Her breath turned white, frost forming along the edges of the pedestal. Symbols on the walls flared and twisted, not glowing this time, but distorting, like something pushing from behind them. A silhouette began to form. At the far end of the cavern, where their lights faded into darkness, a presence stepped forward, slow, deliberate, elegant. Not a blur, not a hallucination. A man, tall, cloaked in shadows like fabric woven from night itself. And in the center of his forehead, a third eye opened, not symbolic, not metaphorical. An actual, fully formed eye, vertical like a serpent's pupil, gleaming silver. Jonas grabbed Lila's wrist. "Don't look at him." She already was. The archivist went down on one knee, not in fear, but reverence. "Sir," he breathed, "you honor us." Tarek backed away until his spine slammed against a pillar, flashlight trembling in his hand. "What the hell is that?" The man with the third eye finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried everywhere, echoing inside bone and blood and thought. She refused. The archivist bowed his head. She hesitates. She risks rejection. Rejection of what? Lila's pulse hammered in her throat. She forced herself to step forward, even though the stone burned like hot metal in her palm. "Who are you?" The third eye focused on her, and her body locked in place. Not paralysis. Revelation. Her mind filled with images not her own. Cities drowned in time. Mirrored halls. Thousands of versions of herself making thousands of different choices. All reflected back into that eye. He stepped closer, speaking not to her ears but to her consciousness. Observer. Then, after a breath, balancer. The archivist rose slowly. He ensures equilibrium. The stone gives. He takes. Lila felt ice crawl across her skin. "You mean Felix?" The third eye blinked, once impossibly slow. The archivist answered instead. "When you wish not to be alone, Felix was removed to maintain balance." Jonas moved to lunge at him, but the third eye flicked toward Jonas, and he froze mid-step. No struggle, no scream, like time had paused just around him. Lila shouted, voice cracking, "Let him go!" The third eye held Jonas, suspended like a puppet. The archivist turned toward her, voice soft and laced with triumph. Don't you understand? The stone responds to desire. The third eye responds to refusal. If you do not claim your wish, he will claim your price. Lila's breathing shook. You think scaring me will make me use it? We are past persuasion, the archivist murmured. We are correction. The cavern pulsed once, symbols flickering violently, mirror fragments trembling on the ruined frame. The third, I leaned closer to Lila. She felt its gaze inside her skull, digging, searching for the wish she denied. Release him, she demanded. Take me instead. A ripple went through the air. The third eye narrowed. The archivist looked genuinely startled. You would offer yourself? Lila swallowed, voice hoarse. Felix didn't choose any of this. I did. The archivist stepped back, as if witnessing something statistically impossible. In all recorded cases, no one has ever volunteered. The air around them changed. Jonas fell to the floor, released, gasping, disoriented. The third eye turned fully to her, for the first time uncertain. You misunderstand the balance. He raised one hand. Space fractured. The cavern walls blurred into shifting versions of themselves. Different timelines overlapping. Different outcomes colliding like shards of glass. Lila saw Felix on a bridge, calling her name. Saw herself in the mirror room, alone. Saw Jonas reaching out to her, hand passing through smoke. The price is not life. The third eye's voice echoed, multiplying. The price is memory. Lila's stomach dropped. Memory? Jonas staggered his feet, voice raw. Lila, don't listen. But the third eye continued. If you refuse a stone, Felix lives. He pointed at Lila, but he will never remember you. The archivist smiled, reverent. Tark whispered, horrified. That's worse than death. The third eye extended his hand, offering the contract of fate. Choose. The stone pulsed violently in Lila's palm, begging her to decide. Her throat closed. Felix alive. Felix free. But Felix the stranger. Jonas caught her shoulders, voice shaking. Lila, look at me. You don't have to lose yourself for this. The third eye waited. Equilibrium held its breath. Chapter 27. The choice that shouldn't exist. The third eye waited, still, calculating. Its gaze was a blade held to her soul. Jonas's grip tightened on her shoulders, grounding her in the present moment. One she felt slipping through her fingers like sand. Felix alive, Felix erased. It should have been simple. A binary fate. But Lila felt something inside her shift. Something older than fear, stronger than regret. The stone vibrated against her palm, reacting not to pain or panic, but to clarity, to defiance. She stepped away from Jonas, away from the archivist, toward the third eye. Every symbol carved into the cavern shivered, as if bracing for impact. Lila spoke, not to beg, not to bargain, but to declare, I choose neither. The archivist froze mid-breath. The third eye didn't blink. It studied. Jonas exhaled like he'd been punched. Lila, she raised a hand, silencing him without looking back. No life for life. No memory for memory. No equation. The archivist found his voice, incredulous. That is not a permitted outcome. Then you misunderstand desire, Lila answered. The third eye tilted its head. In the fractured reflections of its pupil, 1,000 futures flickered, every one of them showing her choosing one of the two fixed paths. None showed her stepping outside the pattern. The balance cannot. Yes, it can. The stone flared, a shockwave rippling across the cavern, blowing dust on the floor and sending mirror fragments spinning like weightless leaves. Lila felt heat spread along her arm. Fire that did not burn, light that did not blind. The stone doesn't create rules, Lila said. It answers the heart of the wish. She lifted the stone toward the third eye. I wish for Felix to live. The archivist staggered back, horrified. And remember, silence, impossible silence. The stone erupted, not with light, but gravity, immense, crushing, bending the space around her. Symbols melted from the walls like wax under flame. The pedestal cracked, the bee, 12 books slamming shut as if terrified of what she was invoking. The third eye's voice at the cavern like thunder. That is not a wish. That is a break. Lila didn't stop. I wish, she continued, voice rising above a storm of collapsing futures, that I am not the variable you use. The stone pulsed again, but the equation you cannot solve. The third eye recoiled, not in fear, in recognition. The archivist screamed, No, you cannot rewrite the system. Jonas grabbed Tarek and pulled him back as cracks tore through the floor, light seeping from the fractures like molten stars. The cavern shook violently, pillars splitting open, symbols tearing themselves apart. Lila held the stone with both hands now, the force almost lifting her off the ground. The third eye shouted, not aloud but through every nerve in their bodies, You will destroy the balance. Then build a new one. The stone shattered. Light exploded outward, swallowing everything. Through the blinding brilliance, Lila saw a bridge. Fog. A boy turning toward her. Felix. He smiled. He remembered. Her vision collapsed. Darkness rushed in. Chapter 28. When the world remembers. Darkness wasn't absence. It was transition. Lila floated in a space without movement, without gravity. She wasn't falling. She wasn't rising. Time didn't pass. Time waited. The stone was no longer burning in her palm. The crushing tension that had held the cavern together was gone. A whisper rippled across the void, not spoken, remembered. You wished not to be alone anymore. Lila opened her eyes. She stood on a bridge, not in the cavern, not in the forgotten realm. The Museum Sinsel Bridge, Berlin, early morning. Sunlight broke over the city, catching the river in a thin band of gold. A tram bell rang in the distance. Cyclists cut across the path, breath visible in the pale winter air. Berlin was real again, or she was real in Berlin. A figure appeared at the far end of the bridge, a boy with messy hair and tired eyes, wearing a jacket too thin for the cold. His expression was disbelief wrapped around relief. Felix. He stopped just a few steps away, not confused, not lost. He remembered. Lila. His voice trembled, as if speaking her name kept the world from disappearing. God, I've been looking for you. Her throat tightened. You remember me? Felix let out a shaky laugh. How could I forget? You vanished right in front of me. He didn't hesitate. He pulled her into a hug, real, warm, grounding. Don't do that again, he whispered against her shoulder. Don't disappear. For the first time since she touched the stone, Lila felt whole. She had done the impossible. Not balance, not sacrifice. A third way. As they walked off the bridge, the world started to adjust. First it was subtle. A streetlight design she didn't recognize. A cafe logo that had never existed. Then bigger anomalies. A building that shouldn't be there. Felix didn't notice any of it. Come on, I'll buy you coffee. He ducked into a cafe at Rosenthaler Platz, a place Lila had never seen. Echo, a name that felt like a warning. Felix slipped inside to order. Lila waited outside. Her reflection appeared in the glass door, and behind her reflection, visible only in the glass, stood the archivist, not smug, not victorious. Solemn. You didn't break the system, he said quietly. You moved it. She didn't turn. Felix is alive, she said. Felix remembers. The price was paid, the archivist agreed, just not by him. The street blurred. The cafe sign flickered like static. Lila's heartbeat stalled. What was the price? The archivist spoke gently, almost regretfully. You. Her vision wavered. The world behind her. Felix walking toward the door with 2 coffees. The morning traffic. The city began to dissolve like dust in water. Lila. Felix's voice broke. He rushed toward her. She turned toward him, memorizing every detail of his face. Sometimes, she whispered, there is no balance. There is only love. Their fingers touched. Then the light took her, and she vanished. Felix collapsed to his knees, the coffee spilling across the pavement. People walked past as if nothing was happening, as if she had never been there. But Felix remembered. Every second, Inside Echo's fog glass, words appeared, written by condensation and memory. I wished. Felix placed his hand against the glass. A second phrase formed beneath it, and you listened. Epilogue. The day Berlin forgot her name. Felix woke up the next morning knowing two things with absolute certainty. Lila existed. No one else remembered she ever had. He tried everything. He walked the bridge where she reappeared. He searched a cafe named Echo, the one that had replaced the place where they first talked. He retraced every step they took, every corner they laughed on, every place where her shadow had once touched the city. People looked at him with polite confusion. Lila, I'm sorry, I don't know who you mean. Every trace of her, gone. Old messages on his phone were now blank threads. Photos where she should have been were empty frames. In one video taken on a rainy night, he watched his own hand reach out to someone who wasn't there. But Felix remembered. Memory was the only rebellion he had left. He started carrying a notebook. On the first page, he wrote her name in black ink. Lila. On the second, he sketched her face. Every line imperfect, every detail precious. He filled page after page with fragments. A sentence she once whispered, the sound of her laugh, the way she tapped her thumb against a stone when she was nervous. He wrote until his fingers cramped. One night, weeks later, he found himself staring at the river, notebook held tight, when a voice spoke beside him. Memory is a powerful wish. Felix turned. The archivist stood on the railing like someone perfectly at ease with gravity. The third man was nowhere in sight. For the first time, the archivist didn't feel like a threat. He seemed tired. Felix didn't flinch. Is she alive? Yes, the archivist said. Just somewhere the system cannot reach. Felix swallowed. Will I ever see her again? A long silence. Then quietly, those who change the rules are never gone. They are only waiting to be found. Felix closed his eyes. When he opened them, the archivist was gone. Spring came to Berlin. Street cafes spilled onto sidewalks. Tourists wandered through the city as if they owned every discovery. On a warm afternoon, Felix sat by the river with his notebook. He had stopped showing Lila's drawing to people, stopped trying to make others remember. Remembering wasn't the world's task. It was his. He closed the notebook and stood. The breeze shifted. A feather floated down, landing on the cover. Not white, red. Felix looked up. At the top of the stairs leading to the bridge stood a girl with her back to him. Her posture, her hair, the way she held herself. Everything inside him recognized her before his mind dared to believe it. He whispered her name. Lila. She turned. Her eyes were unfamiliar, new, different. But the moment they met his, something inside the world clicked. A current passed between them, subtle but undeniable, like a lock quietly opening after centuries. She blinked, confused. Do I know you? Felix smiled, not with sorrow, with certainty. Not yet. They both stepped toward each other. The stone once obeyed balance. Now balance obeyed them. Some wishes weren't erased. Some wishes were beginnings. Thank you for listening to The Stone of Wishes. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more full audiobooks. The journey continues on the Inktail channel.